how satisfied or how happy they are with this experience, so that they would have like some clue with regard to what are the things that they enjoy doing together and what are the things that they hate doing together, right? So that is like one example of like a very specific procedures that we use. I can give you a third example, which is something we call the 3D appreciation exercise. The 3D refers to discover, document, and display. So basically you have to discover something that you appreciate in your partner, and then you have to document it, and then you stage a display, to openly recognize. It doesn't have to be public. It can be just like the two of you, or close friends or family. Doesn't matter. Like you decide, but it will be an event in which the one person will be displaying appreciation for another person. So like we have like very specific procedures that are in a way time tested. We have like asked like people in very different circumstances to try to use them, usually with like very encouraging results.
The SSLD procedures on building and maintaining relationships shared in this lecture are: 1. The listening exercises by Carl Rogers that would allow you to reconstruct the speaker's thinking and feeling and being able to relay the understanding back to the speaker. Another one is the behavioral diary, which helps you to assess the activities, events, and experiences of the relationship. This helps the couple understand each other's needs and feelings better by comparing daily activities and subjective moments together. Lastly, we introduced the 3D appreciation exercise, where the 3 Ds stand for discover, document, and display. This helps the couple appreciate each other more by discovering the things you appreciate of your partner, document it, and display openly to each other of your gratefulness or appreciation.
One of my mentors when I was in grad school told me that growth is treason. Like, because when you grow, right, you become different. Yeah. And what you once were committed to, you may not be committed to that again. And like the one story that I love to share with people is like, how like young children, like when they want to express their love or their appreciation or gratitude for their caregiver, it can be like their parent or like someone else. It's like, say for example, is that the stage when this child is like really fascinated with like trains or buses or airplanes, whatever, right? The child may be telling this caregiver, "Well, you're so nice to me. When I grow up, I'll buy you an aeroplane." Right? At that point in this child's life, he or she is like 100% honest, committed to that statement. Had she or her got the capacity, this child might actually like give you an aeroplane or a bus or a train, right?
Which would be really
right,
cool.
Right? Yeah, but then the thing is like when this child grows up, like then he realizes like, well, I cannot really afford to buy you an aeroplane too. Is that like it might not be the best way to express my love for you, right? Like maybe I should do something else. Maybe I should find you like a comfortable nursing home, right? So the person changes, right? And the commitment and the promises like do not necessarily hold. So as we grow and change, right? This is what a good relationship should enhance. But some people are so afraid of change that they don't want their partner to grow. They don't want their partner to change, right? So they do whatever, right, to keep the partner the same. So is that good or is that bad, right? Some people actually prefer stability. I've actually seen couples like that. They do not change. Right? They do not necessarily grow in my sense of the word, but they're happy, right? They keep the same stable, simple relationship that they have, and they support each other, right? And they sort of they're happy with like where they are. And who am I to judge that is not an ideal relationship, right? But if you ask me, then I would say, well, I personally would prefer seeing people growing. Another big name in psychology, Carl Rogers, actually has this idea that I think he probably got inspired by the theologian Paul Tillich. He talks about relationship is something that should get people to keep growing. And you find yourself in a relationship that is not helping you grow, you should probably leave that relationship, right? That's probably a pretty extreme position to take. And I kind of like resonate with that, but I am very conscious of the fact that like not everyone needs to do that. So how much growth and how much change you want to achieve in your relationship with someone, and whether you think an intimate relationship should enhance that, again, is up to the individual.
With the idea of personal growth in a relationship, how does that relate back to intimacy exactly?
Well, like in an earlier comment that I made, I was talking about how you, when you're in a safe space that you have created with someone, and when there is trust, it will be easier for you to be exploring, like the not so savory aspects of yourself. Then you will be able to look at like sort of your own problems, weakness, darkness. When you're in a safe space, you feel supported, accepted, embraced by another person. It's actually easier for you to do that, and especially when you're getting like positive feedback and support from the other person, you may have like more courage, motivation to go in and explore yourself, right? So that is like an idea of depth that we're talking about. Like, so you achieve a deeper understanding of yourself, and if you have like two participants in a relationship doing that together, then what we are imagining is like a deeper understanding of oneself, and also deeper mutual understanding, right? And that is our belief that like if you have like a deeper understanding of your issues and you're able to make sense of them, you will also be better able to work through them, or if those are like difficulties or challenges, you may be better able to overcome them, right? So that is growth, right? And you become a better person. You understand yourself better. You're in better control of your internal processes, and you can actually be like feeling better to just like be yourself, like without worrying about like negative, like dark sides of you showing up and ruining things. So yeah, I think that is actually a very idealized imagination of like how people can grow in an intimate relationship.
Okay, so we're talking about how people spend time together and how it ultimately impacts their relationship, and hopefully will serve a purpose to make the relationship enjoyable for both parties. But as I see it, you can kind of fall on any part of the spectrum, right? So on one end of the spectrum, we have people who maybe are just kind of looking for that sense of security or stability maybe, and they're not necessarily looking for excitement and kind of lots of crazy, challenging experiences with their partner, right?
Yeah. Yeah, of course, like, like I'm sort of biased towards the other end of the spectrum. But let us start with the couple who sort of like wanting to have like more stability and not necessarily security, but like we can say that too. Very often, like when people stay in like long-term stable relationships, they may sometimes also have like special events, like memorable moments, but then some of the people would just enjoy doing certain things. I remember when I was small, like I used to watch a TV show, and that was like, and then every episode started off with this couple having breakfast at the breakfast table. And I was going like, is that even real, But then like, that's just me. But later on I find that like, things like that can actually deliver a sense of order, a sense of stability, and people feel very comfortable. And then they think, oh, things are like that. And I have actually spoken to even like very young people, contemporary young people who tell me that, well, this is what I'm looking forward to. I just want to like go home to this person that I know well, and like after a long day, and like I don't really need to do anything special. I just need to have like some place to go to, and there's someone there who I know loves me, and like, and that person doesn't really have to do anything special, like just be there for me, right? And that can be like very reassuring. It can be very attractive, and then and then I have actually seen people who have like chosen that over like a more eventful, exciting relationship, because that may not be what they really want. But for someone like me who's constantly thinking that like you should be growing, you should be changing, life is like full of like opportunities, and you should like spend time and create new activities together. Don't get bogged down with routines, and have a lot of happenings. That is obviously a biased opinion, right? That's my opinion. But like, I think the important thing is for people to figure out what they really need, and be able to communicate with their partner so that they get what they need.
And sorry, you just mentioned something called happenings. Can you just elaborate on what that is?
Your happening is just like something that is not usual, that's not routine,
Okay.
right? And something happens, right? So say, for example, if you celebrate your birthday, every year you go to the same bakery, get the same, like, I don't know, like chestnut or blueberry cake, and like you brew the same coffee, you invite the same people. That is a birthday party, but it's not a happening, right? It is an event, right? A happening is like sort of something that is not routine. It can be planned, it can be staged, but like it is something that is unusual, like, right? So you do things slightly differently, and like a surprise party may be a happening. But like if you have a surprise party every year for your birthday, then it doesn't like it doesn't come across as a surprise anymore, and it is not a happening. So and I know that I'm very biased here. Like, I think happenings are great, right? But then, of course, there are people who do not want happenings, people who want things to be predictable. They want things to be routine, right? And so, yeah, like, I understand that. Like, I'm a happenings person, but like there are also people who really value like doing things the same way. And I have some respect for that, because one of the things that people are beginning to understand better is the role of rituals. And you know that like certain rituals are basically the same sequence of events that have happened, or they're performed over and over, like for like hundreds of years, or maybe over 1,000 years, right? And then people are practicing these traditional rituals, and it still carries a certain force. It also has an impact on people, and makes people feel a sense of stability. And then the other thing, which we haven't really been talking too much about in this course, is the sense of community. Although we're talking about relationships, but very often when people were negotiating a relationship, some people have deliberately chosen to follow a certain script, a certain pattern, because by doing so, they feel that they're part of a community. So one obvious example is when you talk about a religious community. So like some people practice the same religious rituals, which may also condition and govern their intimacy behavior. When they do that, they feel that they're part of the community, and they both want that, and that would be fine.
Okay, so couples can fall on one end of the spectrum or the other, and it could work for them at the time, but then they could also be changing. So ultimately, what is it that can keep them together, or keep them working together?
You're now like bringing some complication into this like nice simple picture, but like, yeah, okay. So you're right. Like, so like we're talking as if like couples can be like at one point or the other on the spectrum, but like in real life, obviously, like the two parties can be slightly apart or wide apart, and you may have like one person wanting this and one person wanting that. When they're closer to each other, then obviously it's easier to negotiate. It very often happens when they come from the same religious background or same geographical location, very similar culturally, and they have decided to follow sort of the same script. Then it would be easier for them to negotiate. So like if we're doing this, and it would be stable and good for both of us. But whenever there is like some difference in understanding, or like maybe a huge difference with someone like me, who is sort of like more towards this like happenings, growth, transcendence pole, and then you have someone who is like seeking stability and order, then the obvious challenge is to negotiate. It is possible that even good negotiation and communication wouldn't solve the problem, and they may not want to be in a relationship together. That's possible. But I would say in most situations, if they can learn to communicate more effectively, appreciate each other's position better, we always get back to the SSL, the N3C kind of analysis. They will have like a way better chance of negotiating something that might work for them. The other thing, of course, we are always aware of is that people do not necessarily stay at the same point all through their lives, right? You may have people who would desire, a lot of like happenings and all that in one stage of life, and then later on they want to be like more stable. And seek a sense of order. You can have people moving in the other direction, like you may have grown up in an environment that really value this like stability and order, and then like one day you discover that you really wanted something else and you want to move to that end of the spectrum. And then there were people who might have moved like back and forth like a few times in their life course. So yeah, like all these are possible. But I think if you really want to maintain a relationship through all this is why we pay so much attention to change and growth and communication and all that. Like, I think the key thing still is like you being true to yourself, but like communicate very effectively, and in the process negotiate a win-win strategy, so that both parties would achieve a certain level of satisfaction out of this.
Okay, guys, so we have come to the end of session 4. It was pretty comprehensive and we covered a lot. If you're anything like me, you might want to go back and review some of the content that we've provided throughout the modules, and also maybe take some time to reflect on your own relationships. For me, something that was really interesting was the notion of compatibility. We have this idea in our mind that when you meet someone and you're compatible, you just stay that way. But really what happens is as the relationship progresses and our own lives change, we have to negotiate and find ways to maintain that compatibility through our capacity for flexibility, for understanding, empathy. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. I'll definitely bring it home with me and think about it. And if we want to learn more about the ways to deal with transition and transforming relationships to continually meet our needs, stay tuned for session 5. Thanks. So as we know from previous sessions, people really do change. And as we grow and develop within a relationship, we have to find ways to transform that relationship in order to make sure that it's mutually gratifying for both parties. So in this session, one of the things we're going to be talking about are some of the strategies and methods that we can use in order to help transform relationships. But before we even get there, Dr. Tsang, maybe you can explain what kind of relationships would need to be transformed.
That's a good question. I think a tempting answer would be every relationship, right? But we also talk about people who would prefer to keep a relationship for a long time without necessarily making any significant change to them. Those relationships do exist, and they're valued by some people. So I guess there might be some relationships that do not necessarily need like drastic transformation. But even with those, I would add that like it might not be a bad idea to be checking in every now and then to make sure that the relationship is actually working. And this is why we always emphasize like good communication between the partners in any relationship. But other than that, like I would say most relationship would go through some kind of transformation. If you think of like a sort of like normal, like socially scripted relationship in the Western world, it would be like people who met and dated and decided to be together. They might go through a phase of like engagement. Some people would start living together for a while, and then like maybe they get married or they don't, but they stay together. Some people would like decide to have children and raise a family. Some people don't. And then like the feeling, the mode of interaction, the kind of things that they do together, I believe would change, right? So even if we're talking about like personal significant relationship that is supposed to last for a long time, there would be changes. And then of course there are like relationships that are by nature time limited, like the friends you have at like kindergarten, or elementary school, or high school, or college. Your relationship with your teachers, your like ballet instructor or whoever, and people that you work with. Like if you work in a company and then your co-workers, and your relationship with them would last for so long, right? So and then like relationship with your teachers, and like maybe even other family members, and then like in the current state of like family life, we know that like there are people that you're connected with through marriage, and then like all of a sudden your cousin or your brother or your sister gets divorced, and then you're no longer related to these people in the same way. So those relationships would change, right? So there are all sorts of like transformations that we can imagine.
Okay, and kind of when we're talking about, especially these time-limited relationships, culturally, do they kind of translate differently and look a little different depending on where the context is taking place?
Yeah, I think so. Like I think depending on the culture, right? Some certain kinds of working together. Say, for example, if you serve in the army together, it is very different than like you're in the same sales team together, or you're like in the same like data processing pool together, right? So certain relationships tend to engender like a more intense bonding, right? And then like in some cultures, say for example in East Asian cultures, if you have a relationship with a teacher, that can sometimes turn into a lifetime relationship. Like people may start off being like teacher and students, and then they, after the program has completed, the person has graduated, they can continue on in this like teacher-mentor kind of relationship for a long time. That is sort of like more common and more encouraged in East Asian cultures. I believe there might be other cultures in other parts of the world that do that too, in comparison to what is the typical situation here in North America or in Europe. So yeah, I know I'm overgeneralizing, but like there are obviously some cultural patterns that would be like associated with certain relationships like tending to stay for longer. We can also say the same thing almost about marriage, because in some cultures they make it very difficult for people to divorce. Some cultures actually would basically make it not possible almost to divorce legally. So in those cultures, then like changing the very nature of the relationship would be more challenging. But I believe that like relationships would still be transformed when people move through those phases.
Right. So, in this day and age, we have so many social connections and relationships, some of which ultimately might just fizzle out. It really just can't last, or time limited, like you said. Whereas other ones, I imagine, in order for them to persist, really have to be transformed. So what is involved in transforming a relationship?
Well, maybe we will first offer a conceptual framework for understanding this, and then like we can also get to sort of like the more practical aspects of like how to manage those transformation. Well, in the SSLD model, obviously we talk about like human life as having 6 domains, and the first aspect would be the environment, the reality that we find ourselves in. So when we are making a drastic transformation in relationship. Say, for example, if you're two persons who are living together, who are married, and then they decide that they are not going to live together anymore, or they're going to be separated, then obviously the physical environment changes. Like you're not sleeping on the same bed anymore. You're not like living in the same house anymore. Or you have like people who get resettled to another city, another country. Then again, like the very physical reality of the relationship would be changed. So when do you do that? You have to deal with, to manage the implication of this. Like you may say, for example, you used to get rides to work, and now you don't get it anymore. You may have to get a bike and go to work. And then the other thing is like when you do go through this transformation, the other aspect of external reality that's really important is the social scripts that govern this transformation. Like say, for example, in the West, in most situations when you are separated or when you break up with someone or when you get divorced, many of the social obligations would almost automatically be removed. Right? If someone told you that I'm breaking up with you, then you can almost safely assume that you don't need to go to his mother's birthday party next February. So that is the kind of social scripts that sort of direct people. But as we have said before, how do people follow those scripts? It's pretty much like a personal choice as well.
In SSLD, the 6 domains of human life is a comprehensive framework for understanding human experience within its social context. One of the domains introduced here is environment and social reality, which, for instance, could be the physical environment. One of the aspects of external reality that's really important in governing a transformation is social script. Social scripts direct and govern people with their lives, and it's interesting to also look at how they choose to follow these scripts.
And kind of going off of the scripts, from my understanding, it's not just part of environment, but there's also really a cognitive aspect to following a script, right?
Yeah, that's true. People, first of all, they choose a script they want to follow, and then in whatever relationship they may negotiate the kind of script that they would both follow. And then if some of the people who have been taking this course might have started authoring a script that is quite different than the prevailing social script. So all these are possible. So it is important that when the reality changes and the environment changes, and then we're making reference to whatever shared social script out there. Again, some kind of effective communication might be necessary. And a counter example is when this breaks down, when you have really aggressive, hostile divorces, for instance, then they do not really have a script that both parties would follow. Should I have the dog, or should you keep those records, or who owns the house and who owns the boat? When they're in high conflict, it means that there is no agreement on the script. So part of that is cognitive, but you can also see that a good part of that it's very emotional as well.
And then how do needs and motivation fit into that as a kind of another domain?
So following on this divorce example, which is a kind of transformation. Some people look at it as a termination even, but if you have ongoing unfinished business custody of the children, and all that, the relationship actually is not terminated; it's actually transformed. And I just mentioned that whatever choice that you have made, there would be an emotional dimension to it. And then the emotions obviously is connected to whether your needs are being met or not. some people who are in a breakup situation or in a divorce situation, or in like any other kind of drastic transformation, the key consideration obviously is like, am I going to be able to meet my needs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if this is like the kind of needs that this relationship is supposed to meet, like can be like provision of like physical material resources, like a house to live in, like a car to drive, and and a steady monthly income to depend on. If I'm going to lose that, like some of my needs will not be met. Like if there's a relationship in which I'm depending on for like a sense of security, or some people actually are dependent on a relationship for their identity. Like some people do not really know who they are, but they're known as like the spouse of this like famous singer, or the partner of this like designer or photographer. So and all of a sudden the identity would be like questioned. But then you can also imagine for some people, that's exactly because they find a good way to define themselves that they feel comfortable to transform the relationship. So yeah, so the motivation part is important. It's the need that are met or not met in the transformed relationship. And in our opinion, the most important thing to look at when you're transforming a relationship is to try to make sure that your own needs are being met.
And especially like those emotional or needs around feeling okay, right? Would be an important aspect as well. So emotional gratification, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think from our experience, like working with people going through like drastic transformation of relationships, the key issue very often is not only about the relationship, it's usually about the self. Like, people, are they feeling okay about themselves? Are they questioning themselves? Are they questioning their own worth as a human being? Like, and people, like unfortunately, some people who go through difficult transformation will come to like the position of like believing that they're worthless, or they have failed, or they're not like worthwhile, attractive people. And some people may be so upset and disturbed by this experience that they may actually do things that are harmful to themselves. Yeah, so I think it is really important that when we're looking at emotions and needs, we will be focusing on the needs that pertains to one's sense of self-worth, like identity. That's really important, yeah.
Okay, and then you're kind of talking about how we can potentially harm ourselves or that kind of thing, and that relates then to the body and how the body fits into this whole puzzle.
Oh yeah, obviously when relationships change, even bodily response will change. So we were talking about intimate relationships, for instance. Like we talked about physical intimacy in previous sessions. Say, for example, if like you have two persons who are in a physically intimate relationship, and then they now decide that that's not what they want to continue with anymore. So obviously, when they see each other, right, their bodies will be, say, more distant, and they don't touch each other, and then like certain kind of bodily responses would either be ignored or suppressed, right, rather than like expressed and encouraged. So the body will be going through adjustment as well. And of course, like when you're going through like a major transition, your emotions, your cognition and everything will also impact on your body. And it is not uncommon for people going through major transformation in the relationships to experience those physical complaints like, indigestion or, headaches, and sometimes like sleep-related problems can be like bodily responses as well. So you have the body obviously is implicated in all this.
Right. So literally, like our somatic or kind of involuntary responses are affected by these transformed relationships. So ultimately, I guess this all boils down to our behaviors and how we end up acting.
Yeah, very true. So I think from our discussion, you can probably see that like when in SSLD we talk about the 6 domains, but they're not discrete. They're actually interacting with each other,
Yeah.
right? So the body, like one of the things that some people would do is they do something drastic to their body when the relationship is transformed. Like previously we talked about transformation as this is all like about breakups or whatever, but like transformation can also be like, you know, transforming from friendship to being lovers, right? Like it's also a transformation, or transforming from like co-workers to, you know, being partners. So some people would choose to do something drastic to their body. Like one example that I can easily think of is like people putting tattoos on their body, right? And to mark the change of a relationship, right? So it is not uncommon. But you're right. Like the behavior is actually connected to like our emotions, our motivation, how do we think about things, and changes in the environment. So all these 6 domains that we have talked about, they actually would be like interacting with each other, and it would be not easy for us to sort of like delineate every possible process. But I think as a conceptual framework, right, people can probably use the 6 domains as a reference to look at, okay, so what are going to change, and like how are this change taking place, and what can we do within each domain, right? Bearing in mind that like the boundaries among them are not really discrete and rigid.
Professor Sang, you bring up the point about how some transformations might be negative, but others can be positive. And then maybe others just sort of are neither or fall in between. So whether it's positive or negative, what are some of those key learning points that we want to take home to understand transformations in relationships?
Well, like following the SSLD logic that like we enter into relationships because there are needs that we wish to address through those relationships. The key idea still is like our needs being met. So when a relationship is going through transformation and change, right, in an ideal situation is that like both parties or all parties involved in that relationship would be like looking after his or her own needs as well as the mutual or collective needs. But we understand that it's not always possible. Like in you know, like a hostile breakup or divorce, separation situation, then it is not possible. But in a lot of transformation situation, it actually is possible, and it's actually almost like central to the idea. Say, for example, if people are making the transformation from, you know, being acquaintances to being lovers, or like, you know, friends to being business partners. That is like a transformation that they have to go through, and going through an explicit process of like negotiating what is the best arrangement so that our respective needs would be met would be the best thing to do.
So when we're looking at transforming relationships, an important aspect that comes up is a process of separation individuation. And so traditionally that comes from attachment theory, where we look at the child slowly but surely kind of becoming their own person and separating from their very enmeshed relationship with their caregiver. But in SSLD, we kind of understand it differently, right?
Yeah, I think attachment theory actually makes a significant contribution to our understanding of relationships from like childhood onwards. And I think separation individuation provides a good conceptual structure for making sense of things. But like given our experience working not only with children, with a caregiver or parent, we also work with like people like who are older, and like we deal with issues that are discovered later in life. We have a slightly different take on this. First of all, when we talk about separation individuation, we find that like not everyone completes that process when they're in their childhood. Some people actually would take way longer. You have people who are like very dependent on a parent or parental figure for a long time, and like doesn't really complete the separation individuation till much older. And then we also have the other side of the story, which is like the parent not being able to let go. And then like when the child is supposed to leave, the parent is sort of like holding on and not allowing that separation individuation to happen. We also see that in like relationships that are enmeshed, and then like you have like two persons involved in a relationship, which is like in a way resembling a parent-child situation, and then like you have the same, well, not exactly the same, but like very similar dynamics, and one person is like making the decisions, like taking care and providing, and then the other person is dependent on that other person. And when this person wants to gradually move out of that relationship and becomes independent, there will be a lot of tension and like reluctance maybe, and sometimes it can be even like outright conflict, aggression, hostility. So yeah, like separation individuation is a very useful conceptual frame or metaphor for understanding relationships.
Maybe you can tell us a little bit about why it is so difficult for some people to really engage in this process of separation individuation within a relationship.
Well, like, you know, like in the SSLD framework, we always use this like one little interesting concept of needs, right? And then like, you know, how does it work? Like our analysis goes something like this. When someone is heavily invested in a relationship and cannot let go or cannot leave that relationship and become like more independent, it usually means that this person doesn't have a lot of options from other sources or from other relationships to address his or her needs. So if you imagine there's a parent like who cannot let go of her child, well, like it can happen to men too. I'm not saying that like only mothers do that. Like there's fathers who cannot let their child go. So the parent, right, is heavily invested in this relationship, meaning that many of his or her needs were met through this relationship, and those needs cannot be effectively met by other relationships. And that's why when the child is about to go, the parent will become nervous, anxious, and controlling, and want to hold on to the child. So, but then if you were talking about someone who has like multiple sources of gratification, like many gratifying relationships in his or her life, and like life is like rich and pleasant, I believe this person will have less of a problem like allowing this other person go and separate and individuate. So I think the key idea we have is whether the person's needs are met. We can also talk about the person who is leaving. It's the same thing. Like for some people, they stay in the relationship and they cannot like individuate or separate because they are largely dependent on this one relationship to meet most of their needs. And they may not have the confidence, they may not even believe that it is possible for them to have those needs met when they step out of the relationship. So they stay in that relationship even when it is like stifling and oppressive and sometimes even abusive. So our approach to this is to help empower the person who has to separate and individuate. And one of the things that we do is to let this person develop a wider repertoire of skills and like a wider range of working, functioning relationships so that his or her needs are being met. Then it makes it easier for this person to go through this transition of like separation and individuation.
So your earlier examples were really focusing more on kind of a parent-child relationship and that form of separation individuation. But the same concept is totally useful for understanding intimate partner relationships.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I also mentioned that like in like intimate partner relationships, sometimes they can be like replicating very similar dynamics as like a parent-child relationship. And when it goes through a separation individuation process, because of the significance of the relationship, and part of it I would also attribute to social scripting, like we tend to invest a lot in this kind of intimate relationship because that's what society encourages us to do. So in the extreme case, and then you have a relationship in which like one person is really dependent on the other person to meet his or her needs. And like I think an extreme example would be like in an abusive relationship. We know that there is this pattern, like it's not universal, but like it happens a lot. It's like a dominating, controlling partner. It can be like the typical cases in a heterosexual relationship, the man is trying to control the woman. You also find it in same-sex relationships as well, like the dominant partner is trying to control the less powerful partner. And one of the things that the partner will do is to sort of like restrict the life space of this person so that you do not have opportunity to address your needs, to develop and grow outside of this relationship. So like you're not allowed to see your friends, like you're discouraged from like visiting your parents or, you know, like having your own time with your girlfriends or whatever. And you have to like be home all the time, and when I want to see you, will always be there. So that is like the kind of setup that basically reduces your chance of like having your needs met elsewhere, right? And making it difficult for the abused partner to move that relationship. But usually the kind of person who would do that also have like some very strong, powerful needs for attention, affiliation, and there is also a deep fear of abandonment or losing someone, and this is why when the partner wants to leave, these people can actually become very angry. Sometimes they can be very aggressive, and they can be out of control and do impulsive things that they may even later regret. So that is like a more dramatic scenario, basically showing us like how two individuals are in a situation when their needs are met by a, I would say, you know, dysfunctional arrangement. And from the SSLD perspective, we believe that this situation is most effectively resolved when both parties can learn alternate ways of addressing their needs so that their needs are being met, so that they do not have to like invest everything into this relationship, and then one party will be like have more freedom to move out and do something and become separated and individuated, and the other party would not feel so threatened and abandoned because he or she can also be like deriving gratification from other relationships.
With in a relationship, kind of how do we deal with that acknowledgement of needs not being met?
Yeah. So yeah, like you know, this is like the constant SSLD question. You know, like when things change, how do we address our needs like within this changed context, right? And we always talk about, you know, N3C. So, and when a relationship changes, like it can be like related to like changes in the characteristics of one or both of the partners. It can be also related to the change in circumstances, and it can also be like changing needs. So what we're now dealing with is the last C, that is like building the capacity to negotiate these changes and the differences created by these changes. So the key process still will be a very effective, open, direct communication.
Okay, and with this open, direct communication, kind of how is that effectively played out in real life?
Well, first of all, like we realize that the purpose is to communicate to the other party that one, I'm aware of like certain changes have happened. I am like wanting to do the best regarding our relationship. That can be, you know, like negotiating a new pattern of interaction. That is what we call transformation. And we can also be like communicating the fact that I want my needs to be met. I am also respectful of the fact that your needs have to be addressed as well. So we want to have like an open communication regarding how the two of us can work together, right, to make modifications to the relationship so that it would like be functional or helpful or beneficial to the both of us. So that is like the general spirit. And in order to do that, like a key principle is like when we're communicating, we focus on this intention of like helping each other to understand our needs better, and it is not an exercise in placing blames and who has done wrong and like whether you owe me or you have like done things to hurt me. Like try to stay away from the blaming and accusation, right? But more focused on like what are my needs, what are your needs. So when we talk about people who are older or growing older in life, obviously we will be looking at like the changing N3C as well. So like circumstances change, and when people grow older, their needs will change, right? Say for example, some of us will be needing assistance to just move around. Some of us may even need help, right, to address our basic physical needs for survival. So obviously not every aging person needs that. Like some people can be like very healthy and like very active, and they not only can they take care of themselves, they can also take care of other people. They may still continue to do like wonderful things, creative things, like making significant contribution to humankind. So there's a diversity of needs. And in our society, like we have this arrangement, which is also like gradually being transformed itself, the institution of retirement, right? So the concept itself is like being like, redefined and, like stretched. But then we also understand that like people going through some kind of like transformation, like if you working full-time at a place and then you become part-time, or you stop working and you become like self-employed, or you stop working, obviously your relationship with your coworkers would be transformed, right? Like take me as an example, like I'm working in a university, and if I stop doing this, then my relationship with my students and my coworkers it will be changed. So that is the kind of transformation that we expect. What is like more challenging about the situation is like very often people do not understand the changing needs, and then like certain needs will therefore go neglected. The couple of examples that I can give will be the need for the personal space, for your autonomy, for your like agency to assert itself, like taking risk, for example. Like in a lot of like situations, we encourage younger people to take risk. Like say for example, you have a toddler like walking and falls. The toddler will be encouraged to stand up and walk again. You have like a 90-year-old person like walking and falls, then people will be encouraging him or her to use a wheelchair. Right. So that is like a very different understanding, and like young people can like get into high risk or high impact sports, but if an older person wants to take risk with like what he or she wants to do in a long-term care facility, that person usually is discouraged. So some of the needs would be like neglected. Another big topic that I always talk about is like the sexual and intimacy needs, right? Which is like one of the key topics that we are interested in this course. And like older people also have like sexual needs and needs for intimacy, but like those are usually not recognized.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of society doesn't believe that we become asexual once we hit a certain age, or it's considered strange if you have sexual desires and that kind of thing. Yeah.
So, and then the other thing is like other than that, like you find, like, because of the ageist discourse and practice that we have around us, like older people are usually scripted in a sort of like a passive role. You have like even TV commercials showing, you know, old people like waiting around during Christmas for the family to visit, or, you know, like waiting for grandchildren to call, and they're expected to be thrilled when that happens. And I think there is like some like systematic bias here, right? Imagining the life to be like without content, without fun, and I believe that like a lot can be done by society and also by the older people themselves to change that impression, and also to enrich their life so that, like, you know, the characteristics as older people will be positively valued rather than pathologized. And then we also have to recognize that they have capacity that can be developed. I have been like working a lot in the last few years with people with dementia, and one of the things that I am fully convinced, like with like many examples, is that people, even when they're diagnosed with dementia, many of these people can actually still continue to learn and develop. When we are expected to think of them like as generally deteriorating in all aspects of life, well, which do happen, right? They do experience some deterioration or some decline in certain functions, but it doesn't mean that they cannot learn new stuff. Like, and it doesn't mean that their life cannot be enriched by doing things differently. So I believe that like the transformation, right, of their own condition and the relationship with the world can be reimagined.
Not only, I guess, are we learning new things as older adults, but we can also engage in new relationships, if I'm correct, right?
Oh yeah, like we're talking about transformation. So obviously, like some relationships will be transformed, like the old person's relationship with like partners, friends, co-workers, children, you know, acquaintances. Like obviously, transformation can take place. But you're right. Like an important dimension that is very often neglected is that like older people also like develop new relationships all the time, right? It can be like a caregiver. It can be like a friend that you meet in the seniors activity center, or like for people who move into like retirement housing or long-term care facilities, they're going to start new relationships with a lot of people. So their entire life will be transformed, and I think more attention actually should be paid to help these people manage this relationship again with the same purpose. That is, like they manage this relationship so that their needs are being met. So I think this is like an emphasis that we really want to bring on when we're talking about older people. Like we want them to feel supported, and we really want them to have the opportunity to develop or learn skills for them to be like, you know, managing this new relationships effectively. And one little point that I want to add, which is like sort of like, you know, stretching the concept a bit. When we talk about relationships, we usually talk about relationships with people, right? But I think with older people, I have like this idea that like very often they are also going through transformation of their relationship with the world, with objects. Like someone who has been driving, for example, for 60 years would have to stop driving and use public transportation, or, you know, taxis or whatever. So your relationship with certain things will change. And the other thing that I really want to at least mention is like their relationship with the body will also change, right? So like the body doesn't respond in the same way that you want it to, and some of us, unfortunately, might have been abusing our bodies for too long, and like through like unhealthy health practices like smoking, drinking, you know, doing drugs, excessive eating, or like unhealthy eating. So we may have to like redefine or renegotiate a relationship with our body so that our needs are being met, like in a better way, you know. So yeah, I think, you know, like growing old has a lot to do with like managing relationships effectively.
So clearly not all relationships can really be worked out and continue in the same way. Maybe sometimes there's a breakup or a divorce, or even tragically, a partner passes away. So I guess, would that be an example of termination?
Yeah, I know that like in theory we can talk about like termination as very different than transformation. Transformation meaning that the two partners will be still staying in a relationship of some sort, like they may be transformed, right, from like being lovers to being, friends, or from being colleagues to being lovers. Those are like transformation. Termination means that like we are stopping or terminating, right, a certain relationship. But I tend to think of like termination as like one outcome of transformation, or maybe even one kind of transformation, because it is not that we have never heard about people who have sort of like broken up or decided to terminate a certain relationship. It could be like a lover's relationship, a marriage, or like a business partnership, and then later on in life they wanted to be together, or they start something different. So then you can look at it as a transformation as well. And then for some people, the relationship can actually go on even when the other party is no longer there physically. We have heard about people who are sort of maintaining a relationship with a deceased partner or family member or loved one, not necessarily in a morbid pathological way, but it can also be like in a healthy growth enhancing way. So somehow this deceased person still has some presence in the person's current life. So I tend to sort of like use like transformation as a framework more, but of course I recognize that like for some relationship it would be just like, okay, like we break up, or like I don't see you anymore, and then you are no longer any part of my life, and I just move on, and then until like my life expires, this person is no longer present. That is also imaginable, and it happens, right? So I think it is meaningful to talk about termination in that sense, but I see a lot of parallels and overlaps in the dynamics or in the process of the two kinds of changes.
So we can understand termination and transformation as kind of sometimes related and similar processes, and even overlapping. But what are the key elements that are involved in them that kind of come up for a lot of people?
So whether we're talking about like a transformation or a termination, something has changed, and then we will have to do something differently in order to address the same needs that were previously met by this relationship. Like say, for example, if someone who is like a care provider of support, companionship, sense of intimacy just died, then I would have a lot of unmet needs, and being able to address those needs would be important. And as we talked about before, right, if a relationship has transformed, I may be going through like a similar challenge. Like many of my needs are not met now because of the changes that has happened either in the relationship, in the external circumstances, or in the person that I'm having a relationship with, or like some changes within myself. But the key thing still is that the certain needs are not met, and I would have to find new ways to address them.
Okay, so that sounds very logical to me. Just kind of going through this analysis and finding ways to meet our own needs. But when I think about a termination or transformation within my own life, I think of a lot of emotion, right? Like it's maybe I'm really happy, or maybe there's like a lot of grief or sadness, and like where do those fit in?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right in pointing out that like the emotional aspect is actually a very important component of this process. Very often, like people get so emotional, right, that they would do things that are not helpful. It is not unusual for us to hear about people, doing something to harm themselves. We also hear about people developing problems with like drinking or like substance use or other kinds of behaviors that are not helpful, like gambling and other forms of self-destructive behavior. Some people get into trouble with the law. Some people actually develop severe mental health problems. So, like, we really need to be paying attention, right, to the emotional dimension of transformation and terminations, because relationships, as we know, can be so important, so central to a person's life that, like, losing a relationship or having a relationship that is like severely disrupted can have huge emotional impact on our lives.
All right, so you did mention that some people kind of react in these sort of self-destructive ways sometimes because of the high level of emotions that they experience. But how do you suggest, just kind of for the average person, how should they deal with their emotions? Like, what do you think the process of going through those emotions should be like?
Yeah, I think the most important principle in this is self-care. So to be able to care for oneself, a good starting point is for us to be very accepting of ourselves, including our own emotional reactions, right? So if I feel sad, I feel angry, I feel upset, and even if like my biorhythms are disturbed, like I cannot sleep, I do not eat well, or my menstrual cycle is off, I accept that this is sort of like a natural response to a significant event in life, and I do not blame myself. I do not like feel bad. I do not, let myself like fall into a vicious cycle of like self-blaming, but taking a very positive attitude. Okay, something happened, and I feel like shit, and I want to take care of myself. How can I be nice to myself? Yes, I do feel angry, I feel jealous, or I feel this, I feel that. I may even feel suicidal, but I still want to take good care of myself. I think that is the first step, like that is self-acceptance and allowing yourself a lot of space to experience these feelings and emotions and not be threatened or, intimidated by them.
As we have explained in Module 1 Advanced Lecture Problem Translation, this diagram demonstrates how alternative strategies can be used to replace coping methods that are self-damaging or risky.
And I guess I feel like just taking that second to say, like, this is okay, like accepting how you're feeling, kind of therefore accepting yourself, probably just takes such a load off and kind of maybe allows you that space to even relax and know that it's okay to feel how you're feeling. Like, I think that's so important.
Yeah, and there are a few things that we can do to get ourselves a sense of control. Some people are afraid of the negative emotions because they feel that they are losing control. Like I'm totally overtaken by this anger or this depression or whatever. One of the simple things that we can do is to document, journal, right? Write about, just make it, like if you're not really into writing a lot, like you just keep a record of like how and when I was feeling this. And that would help because that would give you a little sense of control over what you're experiencing. And then as I said earlier, like if you're not blaming yourself, you should also be able to say to yourself, and that is true, that like any of this like intense emotions like the relationship that you experienced is not going to last forever. So like that can be, you know, like one of the things that is always true, right? And you can say that, okay, like I'm feeling anger or I'm feeling, you know, sadness, but this is not going to last forever. So I will let it take its natural course, and it will, like, you know, stop at some point, right? And I do not have to rush it. I do not have to fight it. I just need to recognize it. And then with that recognition, we can start doing something else, right?
Mm-hmm. And with people who, for them, their idea of self-care or reducing their feelings of negative emotions is, let's say, through drinking or substance use or engaging in other risky behaviors. What do you have to say about that? Like, how can we understand that and kind of work on it?
Yeah, like, you know, in the typical SSLD framework, we're not judging those behavior because like people may like race the car down the highway or take up gambling or drink a lot or like use drugs. They're doing this to ease the pain, or there are like so much emotion inside they have to do something drastic in order to vent those emotions or to channel them out. So instead of like telling them that, like, you know, this is bad, don't do it, we would say that, okay, you know, this is what you need to do, right? So think of other things, right, that can serve the same purpose, but like would not give you the same level of risk, right? You need to do something drastic. So would like say, taking it out on a punch bag help, or, you know, like go out and run a half marathon, or, you know, like do something crazy, you know, buy a ticket and fly to San Francisco to check out on your high school buddy, you know, like something drastic, you know, that's fine, but do something that would serve a similar purpose or some similar function without the same level of risk. So instead of like saying don't do this, we were saying, you know, like think of something that will work similarly. So we normally would ask people to do something that can be like even self-indulgent, you know, like indulge a bit, like the key word is like create a pleasurable experience for yourself without incurring too high a cost or taking too much of a risk. And the cost thing can be tricky here, but I personally believe that if you have money and you can spend it to make yourself feel better, you may want to do it. Like it is better to do that than to say gamble your money away.
Right.
You know, like even if you have to take some money on credit and say buy yourself a vacation, and that would actually make you feel good, I think it is still not too bad a choice.
You mentioned, you know, taking the time to recognize our feelings and where we're at, and you know, engaging in some pleasurable activities and that kind of thing. Do you have other strategies as well for people to deal or cope with major life transitions?
Well, I think for people who can build any kind of like support around himself or herself, I would definitely encourage people to do that. Very often, if you're able to talk to someone, like share your feelings and gain some support, it would be helpful. That person that you talk to doesn't have to be, you know, like the person who's closest to you, your best friend, your sort of your logical person to talk to. Sometimes it's people when they try to be helpful, right? Can be like, you know, your family member, your brother, sister, or whatever, because they're very eager to help. Right, and they would be offering you, you know, analysis and advice, and sometimes it can make you feel bad, right? They can point out that like you're stupid, you make a wrong decision. I told you that this guy was like a jerk and all that. That wouldn't really help you. I think what you would want to be like doing is to talk to someone who can make you feel good. And this is why like some people do that, like they may be talking to the bartender or to the hairstylist, or like they take a train ride and talk to a stranger, you know, like but I would say like talk to anyone who makes you feel good, and you would have like some judgment and be a little bit selfish during that period. Like, don't spend too much time worrying about, okay, like, is it fair to this friend? Like, am I going to like make this person feel good? Like, should I be like, just like pouring everything out? Allow yourself to be selfish for like little period in your life, right? Because like what is most important now is for you to regain emotional equilibrium. So any conversation, any meeting, or spending time with someone that would offer you a sense of support, do that. And like some people may like at like this very critical moments do something that they have never done before. Say for example, some people never go to church, and then like if going to church or temple or mosque would help you, I would say by all means, right? Some people never meditate, and if like doing that it's helpful, then I would say do it, right? And the key thing is for you to feel supported, like and allow yourself the time and space to take care of yourself, and not be harsh on yourself.
Right, because obviously when a relationship changes or ends, you don't have that same support that you did from maybe your partner, and that's why it's really good to get that from replace that need, that gap that's missing at that point with social supports however you can. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point, because it's like really the SSLD approach to things, like you building alternatives.
So some of the important things that you brought up here were, take the time to recognize that feeling emotional is perfectly natural, accept where you're at, and eventually the goal is to, in time, get to a point of emotional stability. In the interim, you might be engaging in some other pleasurable activities or indulging a bit, but just take the time to recognize if it's really helping you and if it's coming back to that feeling of self-care. And then, of course, finding a way to build your social support, social network, and talk to someone who might help to fill the needs that your partner or that the person in your relationship was once meeting. We kind of discussed a lot of the emotional aspects that generally are short-term when dealing with a major transformation or termination within a relationship. But I'm thinking in the long term how sometimes it kind of negatively or positively can affect our identity or our sense of self. And how do we navigate that?
Yeah, I think you again point out a very important reality in relationships. In a way, like relationships are always about self, like especially when we're talking about significant relationships in life. So when people go through transformation and sometimes termination of relationships, the part that is most vulnerable is the self, and it also is obviously associated with needs that are not met, and we're talking about like self-esteem needs, right? Like, can I still feel good about myself? Can I still believe in what and who I am? Can I carry on with life as the same person? Or like some people would say that like they are totally destroyed, or they are being damaged or severely injured or wounded by the experience, and they do not feel whole as a person anymore. So this is why like when there is like some major change in a significant relationship, we always find that like helping the person to restore a sense of self is important, and this is also a lesson that we learned through like doing relationship counseling using the SSLD model. Very often in the work, eventually the person will have to come to look at himself or herself and be able to reconcile the experience, the negative experience, with the person's own concept of self. So far we've been talking in pretty conceptual, abstract language. We can get back to some sort of more specific principles when we're dealing with transformation and termination. But first of all is we have to keep telling ourselves that we are worthwhile as human beings, regardless of what happened. We might want to continue some of the self-care activities that we have found helpful during the period of crisis. The other part is in order to build a better sense of self, we need to build positive experience. And nothing can be more helpful than building another positive relationship in which we feel validated, in which our needs are met, in which we feel and we experience encouragement, acceptance, right? But of course, it is not always easy for you to just move from one relationship to another, and there is always this risk as well that when you're emotionally vulnerable, you jump into another relationship hoping that it will be the panacea or the magic cure or replacement for you have lost. Actually, I would usually encourage people to be a little bit more cautious, right? When you are moving from a disrupted or transformed or terminated relationship into a new one, to be a little bit cautious. I would actually encourage people to start exploring more relationships instead of immediately focusing, narrowing on one, trying to meet with more people, talk to more people, meet more people, right? And try to allow yourself or different aspects of self to be expressed, performed, and realized in this different relationship context. You may actually take this opportunity to discover new aspects of yourself, and I think that might actually be a sort of a safer strategy. And if you take the time to allow yourself to emerge and you get a better understanding of yourself, you actually would be in a better position to negotiate another significant relationship.
Right, so basically when we end a relationship, it's okay to kind of take that time to focus on ourselves through our interactions with others. So maybe, maybe it's dating or maybe just more friendships and stuff like that, and that can allow us to sort of redefine and reframe our own understanding of ourselves and what we need in a relationship as well. Is that right?
Yeah, and I would say that internally, what you should be experiencing is that you move from a position of what I call deficiency to a position of feeling relatively self-sufficient. Then you are probably in a better position to start negotiating another significant relationship.
So far we have talked about some of the coping strategies that people are able to use in order to deal with a transformation or termination. But I also am really mindful of the people who don't really feel like they're at the point that they can even utilize those strategies yet. They're just really in a bad spot or kind of in this state of immobilization. And I thought maybe we could touch on that a bit.
Yeah, I think it is a very good point that you're raising, because in our work, as helping professionals, very often we come across people who come to us for professional help because they simply do not have the capacity at that point to be dealing with this independently. So I think the general principle is that when you try to cope, when you try to do your best, and then you find that you're losing control and you cannot really function the way you wanted to, and then you feel that you're getting worse and things are going out of hand. You can tell yourself yourself that like the feelings and the emotions are natural, but it seems that the emotions are getting stronger and they're taking over your life, and you're afraid that like you cannot predict or control what tomorrow may look like. I think at that point, it would make perfect sense for you to be seeking help, seeking professional help more specifically. And yeah, depending on where you are, you may be seeking help from a counselor, a psychologist, a social worker, and in some countries and in some social contexts, you may be seeking help from a religious leader, clergy, you may, in some other places, if you're like you live in remote places, for example, maybe your only available help is only provided online, right? So people would be like seeking different forms of help, I guess. And for some of the people taking this course, I imagine if you're trying to be helpful to people,
friend or loved one, someone who you're seeing them kind of go through that process. Maybe you can help facilitate a little bit. They might not have the motivation or the ability to really seek out the help for themselves, so you can kind of help facilitate finding the right resources, right?
Yeah, and I think like by making the help seeking easier, say for example you make the information available and help to make the initial contact, it will increase the chance of your friend or the person you care for to really seek help.
Absolutely. So another kind of common problem that I think comes up for people who are undergoing major transformations or terminations in their relationships is a significant shift in their view of reality. Everything just kind of seems different, and they have to try to learn to make sense of that.
I think like some people will say that like my life has gone, and like some people will say like my world has collapsed and like my entire world has changed. So in the SSLD system, we actually have this idea of what we call a life world design. So the life world refers to actually the totality of your experience as a human being living in your world. And for people who have experienced something very drastic, like the loss of a significant relationship or like a major transformation of a relationship, it will actually cause people to question some very fundamental structures in the world. Like say for example, like trust can be destroyed because you're hurt by someone who is supposed to love you. You can also be like questioning human nature. Like how can like people do this to me, or how can something like this happen? Like we can easily imagine if someone is like abused by a loved one, that can happen.
Right, exactly. And what do we make of that? Like, how do we handle it? What are some strategies for coping with that?
Well, like in the SSLD system, we obviously will always start with like how do you organize your life in such a way that your needs are being met, right? And when we feel overwhelmed and then like the world has shifted, the first important thing for most people is to have like a cognitive handle, like to make sense of what is happening. Ironically, it can be very helpful for you to accept the fact that you are not making sense or things do not make sense. And I think if you are able to say this and say, oh yeah, like things happen and then they're really awful, but like and it is not making sense. Step one is to accept that absurd things do happen, happen in this world, and sometimes things do not make sense. And when we're in a situation like this, a starting point for making sense is to, again, take care of yourself. Like, so in this really chaotic or disrupted world, how am I going to take the best care of myself? How am I going to take care of my needs first? So that is like the starting point that we always recommend, and like I believe we just talked about it earlier.
Right, yeah absolutely. And I actually really like the notion of kind of life world design, and design really implies that aspect of creativity. It sounds like it's actually an opportunity for like empowerment and change and maybe new skill development to meet those unmet needs.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so what we can do is that, like, when we experience something drastic, change becomes almost inevitable. So we're shifting into something new. It can be like unknown, it can be like unfamiliar, it can be a little bit like intimidating, but we know we're moving into an open field. And to help people, make sense of like what is happening, we usually get them to sort of like partialize the problem, right? So if someone says that like, oh, my entire world is collapsing, then we will ask this person to imagine the world, right? So we try to divide the world into like three major areas. The first area is what we refer to as occupation. It is like your primary occupation, or the primary things that is occupying your time, which can be, for a student, it can be like going to school. For a worker, it can be your job, your employment, or like someone who is like running a business is your business. For someone who is like a homemaker, it can be, like taking care of your home and people you have to take care of. So for like an independent, like freelance artist, it would be the art that you're doing. So like that is your occupation, so that is like one area. We usually start with like the area that you find more manageable. So that this is one of them. For some people, after some disruption in their lives, being able to go back to school, being able to go back to work can actually be like a stabilizing thing. The other area is relationship, and we emphasize relationships, not the only relationship that was just lost or transformed. You can also look at the other relationships that you still have in your life, and some of these relationships actually is now given the opportunity to become more central, more important after you have like transformed or lost significant relationships. So you may be able to spend more time, for instance, with your friends and talking to them. And you also would have the opportunity to review how your relationships are doing overall in terms of like addressing your needs. And then the third area is like the self, like we're looking at like who you are, what you are, the kind of person you are. And again, you can also be thinking not only about the person you used to be, you can also be thinking about the person that you want to be, or you can possibly be or become. So that is the sort of the framework we offer to people when they're starting to think of like designing or redesigning their life world.
So an interesting example kind of comes to mind for me from this popular show, Friends, that some people may have heard of. The character in the show in the beginning named Rachel, she kind of terminates this engagement that she had with her partner, and she sort of leaves home from where she's very dependent on her wealthy family in order to kind of live her own life, or I would say redesign her life. She became more independent and had a roommate with another character in the show, and had to get a job, and she actually developed all these new skills that she didn't have before. Like, she didn't know anything about, having to manage your bills or having employment. So it was sort of this new opportunity for her to really redesign the person that she was and how she understood the world.
Well, I think this is a perfect illustration of the concept, right? And obviously, like different people will be doing this in different ways, but like that, I think illustrates it very well. Like, so you move away from one relationship, or one relationship is significantly transformed or even terminated, and then you started a new life and becoming a better person, more independent, more competent, more capable of dealing with your own needs.
This brings us to the end of session 5. People go through all sorts of changes in their lives. Some of these are transformations or even terminations of a relationship. And although these shifts can be really challenging at times, they also present unique opportunities for us to develop and grow and even hone in on new skills to better meet our needs. We'll see you in session 6.
Relationships are constantly changing, and so it is only natural to see relationships transform or even terminate over their life course. In this presentation, we will discuss about the management of breakups, a common example of relationship termination.
Welcome to this segment on the breakup journey. To introduce myself, my name's Hannah Kim. I'm a registered social worker with a Master's of Social Work degree from the University of Toronto. I have both a research and clinical background, and I've been fortunate enough to work with Dr. Ka-Tat Tsang on numerous SSLD-related projects, and have been able to teach other practitioners about this extremely adaptable approach. I'm excited to share this with you with my co-author of the breakup book, Tangible Ways to Get You Back on Your Feet.
Hello, my name is Sherlyn Hu, a registered social worker, artist, author, and mental health clinician in Ontario, Canada, and also a practitioner in strategies and skills, learning and development, SSLD. I'm interested to explore the intersection of the arts, healthcare, and humanities to celebrate diverse human capacities and more creative forms of human care. I'm the co-author and illustrator of the Breakup book, published in 2016. Did you know, according to a study of American college students published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, 93% of both male and female respondents answered yes to the question, have you been rejected by somebody who you really loved? 95% of the same group has dumped somebody who really loved them. Natural and common experiences do not mean it is easy to deal with and to get over. Many of us experience breakups as disruptive events that turn our life worlds upside down, threatens a sense of identity and esteem, and shakes up our life plans at unexpected times. We will introduce basic steps in managing relationship breakups. Now here is a disclaimer. Getting through this presentation will not miraculously take away painful feelings, change the thoughts or behaviors of our relationship partners, nor substitute the need to get external help in some cases. Rather, we focus our attention on how we, ourselves, can navigate the in and out of this world experiences after breakups.
Breakups can be an emotionally charged process. We can experience rage, jealousy, sadness, betrayal, relief, or any combination of these feelings.
Did you know? Rejection hurts. Study of the brains of people going through rejection and separation via MRI has found activity in the anterior insula, a brain region linked not only with the distress that accompanies physical pain, but with physical pain itself. Scientists now think that we remember the physical pain of lost love much longer than the pain of a broken leg.
In the face of intense emotions, we often enact on certain behaviors and call upon a variety of strategies, both at conscious and subconscious levels, to correct what went wrong and get back to normal. Unfortunately, some behaviors can be self-defeating and self-destructive. The effects and impacts of breakups can vary. People can lose sight of what they need and want, struggle on finding effective strategies to deal and cope, and sometimes lose touch with their sense of selves and circumstances while in this transition.
We based the discussion of breakup management on a learning system called Strategies and Skills Learning and Development, SSLD, developed by Professor Katak Sang at the University of Toronto. For more information on SSLD, visit the SSLD website. SSLD aims to make people realize that they have the capacity and a significant role, also known as agency, in making relationships work in ways that meet their underlying needs. In SSLD, the desirable outcomes for people managing breakup is: number 1, need gratification, meeting people's underlying needs, and second, goal attainment, achieving people's goals.
And the first step in all of this is to start taking care of ourselves at the present moment. Let's take the oxygen mask analogy, for example. When on a plane under emergency circumstances, we are instructed to put the oxygen mask on ourselves before assisting others. Why do you think this is? The amount we can help others is directly related to our own capacity. If I can't breathe, suffocating from a lack of oxygen, you can bet my ability to help the person next to me will be limited, to say the least.
We want to ask ourselves first, are we ready and willing to manage this breakup now? Meanwhile, keep breathing. Start with what we feel more comfortable or less painful to do. It is okay that we choose not to deal with the breakup now. It is normal to call a break to all this breakup matters. So now what? We suggest focusing on taking care of our wholesome selves. It is okay not to deal with the breakup now. Pause. Take a deep breath. We can observe ourselves. We can look into what led us to behave and feel a certain way. For example, what is preventing us from moving forward now? What are the benefits of not moving forward? What are our fears and apprehensions? Or if it gets too unbearable, breathe, forgive ourselves. Ask, what are the 3 things that we feel good about ourselves? What are the 3 things that we feel grateful in our current environment? What are the 3 things that we can do now to make ourselves a little more comfortable? Did you know? Brain scans of rejected lovers, led by Dr. Helen Fisher, found activities in the nucleus accumbens. This is a central part of the brain's reward system linked with wanting, craving, energy, focus, and motivation. So what it means is, the more we want to forget our former lover, the harder we love them. Oh, our brains.
When we are ready and willing to manage our post-breakup journey, we can begin learning how to. In SSLD, we understand that people can learn to transform their relationships to the best of their ability. In other words, meeting one's underlying needs, reaching one's goals, and gaining a deeper understanding of one's context and environment. Believe it or not, there are systematic steps that can guide one through this rather uncertain and challenging time. We can group them using 3 major stages. Stage 1. Awareness. Explore your breakup journey to get more in-depth understanding of who you are. Stage 2. Design. Learn how to feel positive and develop a sense of mastery over your own internal experiences and processes. And Stage 3. Action. Learn to take charge of your life using tangible steps. For example, in the areas of self-care, relationship management, and utilizing effective strategies and skills that you may have not used or were aware of before to get back on your feet. To begin fulfilling our goals and underlying needs after breakup,
We begin by getting a clearer picture of what is going on within me, around me. Here are some suggestions from SSLD. First, become aware of our N3Cs. N3C stands for needs, characteristics, capacities, and circumstances. Our N3Cs influence our interaction with others and with our environment. In breakups, our N3Cs are directly shaken up in different shapes and forms, often without our full awareness. So it is worthwhile to look at what do we truly need. Second, assess the impact of this breakup by scanning the major areas of human needs. For example, how does this relationship impact your physical needs, such as housing, food? How about your companionship, social status, identity, emotional support, financial security, sexual gratification, personal growth and development, and other areas? Finally, assess the emotional and personal impact of this breakup. Management of emotions is an important aspect of self-care. Also, emotional impact reflects threats to and/or damages of our sense of self, sometimes a sense of order in our life world. We need to have an empathetic understanding of such impact before we can move forward. Meanwhile, it is important to process our emotions while we manage this breakup experience. Finding a safe space and person to gradually connect with one's internal emotional processes is a prerequisite for subsequent work on the articulation, expression, and resolution of intense emotional reactions and are very legitimate emotional needs.
In the second stage, we focus on developing strategies and skills to learn how to feel positive about ourselves, developing a sense of mastery over our own internal experiences and processes, such as feelings, thoughts, behaviors, and the world around us. Our desired outcome is to realize we can take charge of our own lives and we can transform our lives and previous ineffective relationship patterns in a way that can meet our N3Cs. Meeting our N3Cs does not have to happen at the expense of harming others in the process. In fact, it aims to do the opposite. There are two major questions you can ask yourself. Question 1, what am I doing right now? Question 2, what do I imagine my life world to be? This can include questions of, what kind of person do I want to be in this stage of my life? And what do I want around me? In terms of, what kind of people do I want around me? What kinds of things do I want around me? What kinds of situations do I want around me? And what kinds of occupational opportunities do I want to present myself with?
Once we get a sense of what we need and how life after breakup can be imagined, we can work on specifying the strategies and skills to be learned to master this new life based on our needs, goals, coping style, personal capacity, and resources. Here are some examples of what we can learn, and this will vary from person to person at different points in time.
To learn more about how SSLD can help one through a breakup, go to Amazon and look up The Breakup Book. It's a handy little book that comes with beautiful illustrations that you can color and doodle around. Comes with numerous exercises that will help encourage reflection, insight, action, and healing, and text that will accompany you through one of life's most challenging transitions, breakups. To learn more about SSLD as an approach that can be used in many, many different contexts and with many different issues, look up Learning to Change Lives, the Strategies and Skills Learning and Development System. It's by Dr. Khattat Singh and published by University of Toronto Press.
Always remember, you're not alone in this journey of discovery and growth after breakups. Surround yourself with people supportive of you, rain or shine. Thank you for joining in on our presentation on managing breakup based on the SSLD system, brought to you by the co-authors of the Breakup book, Tangible Ways to Get You Back on Your Feet. Thank you.
we made it.
Yeah, like we're now in our last session.
Over the past 5 sessions, we've really gotten a good overview of sort of different lenses and ways to approach relationships and our lives in general. And we kind of have more of this foundational knowledge, but I think there's still a lot of like concepts that we haven't really gotten to touch on. Maybe now that we have that kind of basic knowledge, we can get into it a bit more.
Yeah, I understand this. Like when we first designed this course, like our team members have been like coming up with all sorts of issues or questions. Many of them we haven't actually touched upon, right? Say for example, we haven't actually been talking about sex much, and then when we first started planning this course, some people were drawing our attention to the fact that like we're in a very multicultural context, and maybe we want to pay more attention to issues related to culture and race. And then we also have members in our team saying that we should pay more attention to like the LGBTQ community, and because like many of the things that are applicable to people who are straight are not necessarily experienced in the same way. We tried, to incorporate some sexual diversity content in our earlier sessions, but like I think like anyone can say that it is not enough, and they're obviously
just to like even just to amplify and kind of have a bit more of a spotlight on some of those issues for sure, some of those concepts.
Yeah, and then like I don't know, like within academia, then we have people who would be sort of like asking more like theoretical questions, like what is love, and some people may also be asking philosophical issues related to self, which we talk about a fair bit, right? So what is the connection between self and relationships? Some people actually would say that there is actually no core essential self, and like self is realized or performed differently in different relational contexts. So like that is also something that we can possibly talk about. And then I can also think of people coming to me asking questions, like very technical questions about like how to do this and how to do that, what if, right? And then there are also abstract conceptual pieces, like people asking about like how does spirituality, for instance, relate to this whole exploration in the area of relationships. So there are like many things. So what do you think we should be talking about?
Well, maybe let's start talking about love. Like, what is love?
Okay. Well, I think I better start by saying that like I will never be able to provide a perfect answer to that question. Well, because as you know, like philosophers and theorists have been like working on this like for centuries, right? And I don't think anyone has come up with like the last word on what is love. But I think it would be fair to say that historically, at least in the West, right, people first started off trying to make sense of this really fascinating human experience or phenomenon by classifying the idea of love. So people talk about, the love of God, brotherly love or sisterly love, friendship, and then they also talk about erotic love. And then some people talk about love as in charity, compassion for humankind. So people will classify them, and believing that each type of love will have its own like characteristics. But then there are other people who don't really think that this classification is particularly helpful. Some people believe that certain elements can be found in all forms of love relationship. Like say for example, some branches of psychoanalytic theory would argue that like you have an erotic element, in any interpersonal relationship. Like you can have like erotic sexual feelings, even like between brothers and sisters, or like between parent and children. So that is like one way of looking at love without classifying them, but like looking at the key or core component, right? So which is eros, and I imagine there must be other ways of looking at love as well. Yeah, I don't know, like what kinds of ideas you have been exposed to when you grow up, or when you go to university. Like, you know, what have you learned about? Yeah.
That's a good question. I mean, definitely one thing that comes to mind for me is the idea of love on a spectrum, and kind of feeling a certain strength of love towards different people, and kind of it following along in that sense.
So this is an interesting idea, and I think it's important. So, so we can be talking about love as in like classification. We can also be talking about love in terms of its like components. You're adding in a third dimension, which is like the intensity. So like maybe that actually is a very helpful way to start thinking about love, right? First of all, we can be broadly looking at relationships or love relationships as like having different types, or, you know, like not that they're necessarily totally mutually exclusive, but like a general typology may work. So it is to some extent meaningful to talk about friendship versus, you know, like an intimate sexual relationship. And of course, we understand that like friends can become lovers, and, you know, and then even for lovers or couples, they may even say that, you know, friendship is a key element in our relationship. So we understand that. But then we can also say that like within this, right, there are like components, and these components can have different intensity, as you suggested. Maybe I'll try to do this. Like, so I think in any love relationship there would be like a few key components, and if we apply the SSLD model to it, there would be like a cognitive aspect. Like we will have a certain script, right, a characterization of what it is, how do we make sense of this. And one of the things that like most people would recognize as important in love relationship is mutual understanding and knowledge, right? So do I know this person? Do I understand this person? So I think that probably is one dimension that's important. The other dimension is emotional, right? So when we talk about love, like we probably do not count like connections of relationships that are sort of like void of emotional investment or feelings, right? And if we talk about someone being cold and distant, we somehow think that this is not really love, even if it is like in an intimate relationship or a family relationship. If someone is not emotionally invested, like we probably would be even questioning, like, does this person really love me? You know, so I think some form of emotional investment would be necessary. And then, yeah, obviously, if we go through these major domains in the SSLD paradigm, then one of the things that we'll be asking is like, okay, so is love motivated? You know, what is driving this love, right? So some people may be looking for a sense of intimacy, sharing, affiliation. Some people would be looking for a way to validate oneself, to prove oneself. So people would be seeking out gratification of different needs, right, in the love relationship. So yeah, like, so I just want to see like whether you have also learned something from the SSLD model. Like, so I've talked about cognition, emotion, and motivation. So what are the other domains? Do you remember?
Oh, don't put me off. No. It's like physical
Yeah.
a big part of that?
Yeah. The body, yeah. So we can talk about the body, but like we probably would have like some opportunity to go into like what some other people would think when they think physical. Some people think about physical as in physical sex, which obviously is one part of it. But like I think we actually have a broader understanding. A good example would be like parent-child relationship, especially during early stages of life, like during infancy. The baby's experience of love is like sort of like mediated mainly through the body. If the baby is like cuddled a lot and like feeling this all this like tactile holding and all that, we found that it was very important in developing healthy attachment behavior, right? So yeah, like the body obviously plays an important role. And now when we are paying more attention to physical changes associated with aging, then we can also be looking at like how the aging body receives or expresses affection, right? So obviously the body is important, and then obviously we can also be talking about physical sex as well.
Right.
Yeah. So.
What about like environment?
Yeah.
Does environment impact love a lot too?
Yeah. Well, I think the physical environment probably would impact on people's behavior, love behavior. Like if we're talking about a situation in which there is like not enough food to go by, then I think people would like develop survival strategies that would allow small units to be like very close to each other. And then like we can also see that like this competition or struggle for survival would be given more weight. And then the other thing that we think of when we talk about the environment, of course, is the culture and social reality or political reality. I somehow can think of like some very unusual situations in human history. Like in China, for instance, during the Cultural Revolution, it was a very sort of unusual political reality historically. Then people negotiate relationship or love relationship very often with regard to its political implication, because you need to in order to survive politically. And if you are dating the wrong person, and it is considered a political mistake, it can actually bring very destructive consequences to yourself and the other person. So that would be like a very unusual example. But then like even like when we're talking about ordinary everyday life, if there is such a thing, then we can see that like culture, social scripts that we talked about earlier in this course also play an important role. So social cultural realities are also important. So you're right. So that probably takes us to the last domain that is important, and to a lot of people, that is the most important part of love, is what you actually do. And I think from the SSLD perspective, we do emphasize that like what you do is important, because like you can say I love you, and then like do nothing, right? Like sometimes love can be articulated, or actually most effectively articulated by what you actually do, right? Yeah. And caregiving, doing something for the other person, like. I think like I would probably say this as well, although we probably cannot claim to be like offering any comprehensive theory of love, but we are probably offering something helpful in terms of like, if you're asking a slightly different question, instead of asking like what is love, if you're asking how can I love better, right? Then I think SSLD is probably like well positioned to support people to like take actions or deal with relationships in a way that will allow them to sort of like love better, in that like we are better able to recognize, address the other person's needs, right? While at the same time, I'm also looking after my own needs, and there is this like sort of like well, not exactly unspoken, but like implied goal of like making a relationship to work so that both participants would be growing and developing and improving through the relationship. I think that's probably, I would argue, a potential contribution that SSLD can make.
So we've just been talking about love and how it really is a kind of complex and multidimensional concept within a relationship. So I kind of want to digress to talk specifically about a topic that some people might not be super comfortable with, but I want to go there anyway, which is sex, which I think is also an important dimension within sometimes love, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and you're right. Like it is not easy to talk about sex, because whenever we try to talk about sex, like a lot of people would have their like feelings and their values and a lot of things triggered, and it is not easy to just like reason and talk about it in a straightforward, rational manner. So we'll try, right? So I would say that from an SSLD perspective, obviously we understand that like sex is sort of a natural part of being human, and sexuality actually entails more than the sexual act itself. It is also about being sexual and feeling sexual. Maybe I should just start with a couple of comments here. One is that we believe that like most people are interested in sex, but there has been some research indicating that there is a small percentage of people who aren't really interested, and they have like minimal sex drive, and these are individuals that can be sort of described as being asexual. We have no definite clear idea of what the percentage may be. Some people estimate it to be like anywhere like from 1 to 3% of the population. So like these individuals apart, like we will say that like most other people would be interested in sex in some way. And coming back to the SSLD position, we will say that people engaged in sexual activity or sexual interactions or sexual relationships, well, these are not exactly the same concepts, right? But people get engaged in them for different reasons, trying to address different needs. And then one of the key things that I want to talk about is that when you have sex happening in a relationship, and then you have like two partners or sometimes more participating in it, they do not necessarily try to address the same needs by engaging in the same act.
Okay, so maybe we can kind of break these needs into broad categories in order to talk about them in relation to sex. So, for example, like there's biological, there's psychological, there's sort of more that social or interactional category, and then even for some people like that spiritual category of need, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure like we can be calling them categories. Like we can obviously be thinking of them as conceptual categories, but like I think in real life they do overlap and interact with each other. So we can actually start with the biological. when we think biological, we think of like a natural drive, and people would be like driven to have sex, and sometimes for like procreational purpose. But I would say that now in most places the procreational purpose is probably not the central motivation for sex. It still is, I think, in some context. I would say the majority of people, likely, they're sort of like driven to achieve a certain kind of physical pleasure. And sexual pleasure is actually not easy to describe in any kind of comprehensive, exhaustive way, because when people experience sexual pleasure, it can be like just a kind of like pleasurable sexual stimulation, and like earlier generations of sex researchers like Masters and Johnson have developed sort of a very schematic description of the process, which may or may not apply to everyone, but I think this like physical pleasure is a key part. But then the kind of physical pleasure that is experienced by people is also I think not always standard, and there are like a lot of variations, I must say, in the way that people experience physical pleasure associated with sex. Some people, for example, locate sexual pleasure in specific parts of the body. Some people have a sort of a more diffused experience of that pleasure in terms of like where it is in the body. And then some people are sort of like more focused on the sensational or physical sensation. Some people tend to ascribe more significance to the emotional meaning, the feeling of intimacy, or some people experience a sense of security, and when they're interacting with people physically, but some people are not comfortable at all with sexual arousal and even sexual feelings within their own body. So we have a wide variety of responses among individuals.
Okay, and then what about on more of the psychological level?
Well, on the psychological level, you're right, like it's even more complicated. Well, when we talk about psychological emotional needs related to sexual interaction or sexual relationship. So initially I talked about, like sexual activity, sexual interaction, and sexual relationship, sort of like broadly. And maybe I will use this opportunity to differentiate among these three. Like sexual activity is like anything that is sexual, so it includes like relationship, it includes interaction, it also includes things that you do on your own, like watching pornography, masturbation. That is sexual activity, right, but it is not necessarily sexual interaction. So when you have sexual interaction, you're talking about two or more individuals engaged in an interaction that is sexual in nature, and it will provide sexual pleasure or a sexual experience, but it does not necessarily turn into a relationship. You can imagine people engaged in a sexual interaction that doesn't develop into a relationship. When we talk about a sexual relationship, we're usually talking about something that's longer term, that involves like more than one encounter maybe, and there's something of a relationship going on. So when we're talking about like activity, interaction, and relationship, obviously they would be addressing different needs, right? So if you're only looking for sort of like more physical kind of satisfaction, then like sexual activity may work, and for some people that might be the regular source of satisfaction even. And I have to say that like sexual satisfaction is not always or very rarely purely physical. Usually also involves a certain kind of psychological gratification. And this is why, even when people masturbate or when they use pornography, they're using some kind of mental imagery. They're imagining a particular psychological context. So I would say that like psychological satisfaction is almost always found in any form of sexual satisfaction. But then like when we get into it in more detail, then we will find that like some people were using sexual interaction or relationships or activities to satisfy needs of which can be like a sense of intimacy, it can be security, it can be domination, like articulation or expression of power. Some people even can use sex to express aggression or hostility. Some people can use sex to express gratitude and appreciation. So it is like a huge range of possible emotional and psychological needs that can be associated with any sexual activity.
Okay, and I'm wondering if this sort of, they probably do like very much intersect, but within that, like the interactional needs that are being met with that. So maybe like, if someone feels good about themselves based on how the interaction itself has gone, or kind of what other social needs are being met through.
Yeah, like I think this is really important. Like one of the key ideas in psychological emotional needs, obviously, is the need for self-esteem, and I think it's actually at the core of a lot of like sexual interactions and sexual relationships. I would say sexual relationships in particular. What is involved is like, how do I feel about myself? Do I feel good about myself? Do I experience myself as like a worthwhile person? Am I being accepted, valued, loved? That is actually usually important in sexual relationships. So whether you call this like psychological emotional need or an interactional or interpersonal or social need is we can certainly talk about it. But like I think it is important to recognize that. And then obviously for some people the self is rarely just like individual or personal. The self is always relational. Some people believe that like you can imagine a personal self, but like I think most serious now would pay attention to or emphasize that the self is more often than not relational. So who you are, what you are, is like not always stable and constant, but like different relationships would bring out different parts of yourself. So in any sexual relationship, you may be seeking intimacy, you may be seeking like reciprocity. Some people may be seeking domination, but then your sense of self is always involved.
Okay. And kind of with that, like what would be some of those other like interactional needs that people are meeting within that context, like within a sexual act?
Well, like I don't know, like very often, like when two individuals are interacting and they are interested in having like a sexual relationship, they can be doing it for different purpose, so to speak, or they're trying to meet different needs, right? As I mentioned earlier, some people may be doing this to establish domination over another person. So the sexual relationship is characterized by power and domination. But then for other people, this is like probably the most effective way to establish intimacy. Some people actually can use sex to make them feel better about themselves, and some people can use sex to make them feel more secure. Some people feel valued and cared for in the act of sex, and some people feel violated and damaged. I think a powerful example would be domestic violence or sexual violence between intimate partners, right? So the sex act is performed to articulate power and domination or aggression rather than communication and intimacy. And then the other thing that we unfortunately still see a lot happening in society here and elsewhere is the situation of rape or other forms of sexual violence, meaning that like one person is doing something sexually with another person, very often without consent. So that is like a violation of the other person's boundary, personal space, integrity, and rights. So it carries on social significance, but it is also emotionally damaging. And obviously, in situations like this, the two parties or more parties involved are obviously experiencing very different things. And I sometimes would even hesitate to call it a sexual experience, especially for the person who is like sort of being victimized or put in a passive, vulnerable position. That person actually might not even experience any sexual satisfaction. It's just like an act of a sexual nature that is like aggressive, that is violating his or her space and personal boundary.
And I guess kind of the last overlapping category, if you will, would be that spirituality or existential reality that people sometimes are trying to meet that need through sex as well, right?
Yeah, like, well, one obvious example that comes to mind is Tantra practice, which is like one branch of Buddhism, and people actually use sexual practice to attain desired spiritual outcome. But like even for people who are not religious, it is not difficult to imagine that because of the very powerful and sometimes like overwhelming or like really awesome experience associated with sexual pleasure. Like when we talk about ecstasy, it is actually like a sort of like beyond this world. Like sex is something that can transport us above and beyond the common sense realm of experience. So a lot of people don't have difficulty associating it with something that is of a higher plane, a higher level of experience, right? Whatever you call it, right? So it can be considered transcendental. The other thing, of course, is like when you're in a very good sexual relationship, you find that you are completed as an individual. You feel whole. You feel your being being elevated again to a higher plane. And existentially, to some people, it's like really self-affirming. It can be, very gratifying, and it is. Can be compared like to the more mundane everyday experience. So I think some people actually crave for that, and it's like a quest for something that is almost like spiritual or existential when they're in a sort of like a blissful sexual experience. Yeah.
Thank you. So I have another question. Since this course has really been focusing a lot on relationships, romantic relationships at that, within those relationships, I feel like there's this idea that like sex is kind of this very necessary predictor of whether or not a relationship is good. And I'm wondering if you can comment on that. Like, is there any merit to that?
Well, I think, when we talk about sex within a relationship, it is pretty sort of like obvious or self-evident to say that like if you have like a better relationship, a higher quality relationship, it is more likely that you'll be able to experience higher quality sex. But then, like, I think it's only true to some extent, because it depends on, you know, how important sex is to either or both of the partners, right? We can easily imagine there are people who go on in a very satisfactory relationship in which sex doesn't really play an important role. And then there are like couples who can tell us that they have a good relationship, but they don't really have a very active sex life. So that's imaginable, and then I think it happens in real life. The other thing is, like, some people believe that if the quality of your sexual relationship is good, it would also contribute to the overall quality of the relationship. And I think that is also true, but again, you know, it depends on how important it is for some people. So generally, we would imagine conceptually that there should be a virtuous cycle almost, that like you know, higher quality relationship contributes to better sex, and better sex like feeds into a higher quality relationship. But I don't think the two are, you know, like just going on like this in a simple, straightforward manner. We will always go back to people's N3C, you know, like the needs, circumstances, the characteristics, and the capacity. And sex can be really central in one context, but, you know, can be peripheral in another context. The other difficult part of this formula is like the question that we haven't actually asked, right? Which is,
what is sex?
Oh, yeah, exactly, yeah. So, you know, to some people, sex is, you know, genital penetration.
Right.
Some people only regard that as sex, right? We have this like famous Bill Clinton denial, right, that he had ever had sex with Monica Lewinsky, because he was deliberately, I would say, you know, narrowing the definition to penetrative genital sex. But to a lot of people, right, sex can be just holding hands or like looking at each other intensely, and it's a form of communication and mutuality, and some people just get that. It is like something sexual going on. Some people can have that happening even without touching each other. So what is sexual, I would say to a very large extent, depends on the reality that is co-constructed by the participants themselves. And when a group of participants or a couple are saying that like this is sexual, I don't think we can go in and say that no, it is not, right? So it actually varies across different social contexts. So I think it is important to understand that by the end of the day, it would be the participants themselves who, one, define what is sexual, to determine how important it is in their relationship. Having said that, then I would say, well, generally, I would say, you know, better sex and better relationship probably are correlated in some manner.
So now I have a topic that might be even more uncomfortable for some people, but again, I think it's important to talk about, is this concept of like sexual deviation or variations in sexual expression that people have that might not be considered like normal in our Western kind of context.
Yeah, I know it's difficult to talk about because what is good or acceptable normal sex, it actually does vary, I would say pretty dramatically across cultural context. Just the very simple example of anal sex, which is sort of like a regular part of gay sexual relationship, is obviously problematic for some some people. And then like we can easily imagine a couple negotiating when one partner feels that it is natural, pleasurable thing to do, and then another partner take it as an absolute no-no. So the key idea here is obviously when you have like two individuals negotiating what is sexual and what kind of sexual relationship that they should be engaged in. Obviously, our recommendation is that we always focus on consent, mutual respect, but then people can get stuck on an issue, and from the SSLD perspective, our recommendation is don't get stuck on the issue. Don't spend all your time talking about like, is this kind of sex good or bad? Is it natural or unnatural? I think it would be very helpful for the participating partners to try to understand what does it mean, what needs does it address, why is your partner interested in exploring this, right? What does it mean to him, her, to yourself, and to the relationship? I think that is probably a better way to approach it than to spend endless hours debating whether a particular kind of sex is good, not normal, not normal. And obviously, like the personal boundaries and have to be respected, and consent has to be established. We are always very clear on this. But like, given that, right, I think the general principle is that the two partners involved should give themselves a lot of space, right, to imagine and try out different forms of sexual expression. I don't really think that we should like just very definitely say that like A is bad or B is like out of bounds. I think people should be setting their own boundaries and limits, right? Obviously, we are making the assumption that we're always talking about, consenting adults involved in this, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a negotiation process in terms of what is good within the context of the relationship, or what works within the context of the relationship.
Yeah, exactly. So we have like this other very important dimension too, right? That is like the cultural dimension. Like what is like acceptable in one culture can be like totally unacceptable in another culture, and certain forms of arrangement can be understood as almost subhuman. Some people believe that certain forms of practice is unimaginable or unthinkable. Like I just use a simple example of polygamy, or even a practice that was actually supported by Judeo-Christian scriptures, the practice of fraternal succession, which means that like if someone dies and leaves a widow, then one of his brothers would have to marry this widow and to have sex with her and procreate. That is something that is like widely accepted and endorsed, right, within the Judeo-Christian scriptures anyways, right, but it is not widely practiced anymore, at least not in the West. But like that is something that is considered almost like a spiritual religious obligation at some point in history in some places, but it's like totally unthinkable in other cultures. So yeah, like I think we have to recognize that, right? There are like huge cultural differences here, and we may want to be more open to understand the context of how these rules come into being, and how they also change over time, and how they also vary from one social cultural context to another.
Absolutely. So far we've talked a lot about relationships, and kind of with this lens that everyone has this a certain degree of freedom in order to make their decisions. But with that said, not everyone has the same life chances or opportunities depending on where they're located or their current situation. So I thought that would be an important point for us to touch on.
Yeah, like this is actually one of my pet topics, right? I've been like advocating for people to pay more attention to this concept of erotic justice. Well, in the social sciences and the social services and human services and education, people have been talking about this concept of social justice a lot. And then when people talk about social justice, they usually refer to, you know, income level, housing, education, you know, healthcare, and all that. And many of us would refer to Max Weber's idea of life chances, which is like your opportunity in life, right, to access the resources that you need, right, and to realize your goals in life. And I think the concept can actually be applied to the erotic domain of life. You know, you can be talking about like love and sex, and the simple truth is like not everyone has the same equal opportunity to get into a gratifying relationship. Not everyone has the same opportunity to derive sexual satisfaction. Some people, by virtue of their like power, status, like income level, would have like advantage over others. In a global context, and if we bring in a racial dimension, I would say that it's probably generally true, not universally true, but generally true that, say, for example, white people, by virtue of being white, would have certain advantage when they're negotiating relationship. When we are looking at like interracial intimacy or interracial love relationship, I can say, you know, with a certain level of confidence that like being white has some advantage, but of course it is not uniform. You know, like if you factor in, you know, income level, then if you're white but you're poor and you live in the rural context, then you may not have as much as advantage as someone who's living in a city who is high income. You know, yeah. So if we take in all these intersecting dimensions, then I would say some people are sort of like more privileged and some people are more disadvantaged.
Do you think it helps to be cognizant of one's like where they kind of stand in this spectrum of intersection? So like, you know, if I'm a female and I'm a minority in terms of race or, you know, things like that, like does it help to be recognizing that in order to navigate sexual relationships?
Yeah, I think awareness is definitely useful. If you understand where you are and your chances, that is a good starting point. But I think from an SSLD perspective, we always want to work towards empowering whoever we're working with. It can be done individually. It can also be done collectively. So I think helping people to achieve a higher level of self-efficacy, developing strategies and skills to help us increase our chance of like getting what we need in life is a core concept in SSLD. And then in the world of intimate relationships, we understand, for instance, that like in Western cultures, there are, for example, pretty rigid conventions regarding what is physically attractive. Right? Say, for example, if you are sort of like a bigger, heavier woman, you are generally considered less attractive by most people. And in order to deal with that reality, right, we have to help people to appreciate the dynamics of interpersonal attraction a little bit more, to help people understand that, yes, like physical appearance does play a role. We're not denying that, but then interpersonal attraction is not 100% dependent just on physical attraction alone. And if you have learned how to interact with people in a manner that would be more effective in like addressing the other person's entries, you get to know the other person better, you understand what the other person's needs are, characteristics, preferences, and capacity, and you learn more effective communication skills and relationship skills. It will up your life chances of developing or negotiating a gratifying relationship. Although we also understand the limitation of this. It doesn't solve every problem. It doesn't help everyone. But I think it helps, right, to some extent.
Phew. Okay, well, now that we're done talking about all that intimacy stuff, maybe we can switch to something a little less sexy.
Okay.
I actually was wondering a little bit more about instrumental relationships and kind of how these very goal-oriented relationships that we have in our day-to-day lives with other people kind of play out. One of the things that you mentioned in your book actually is in these relationships not to take things too personally, and I kind of take that as like make them void of emotion, but I wonder if that kind of enforces this sense of like dehumanizing the other person, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's a very, very real risk there. Yeah, like you're right. Like when I recommend people to not take things too personally when they're dealing with something instrumental, I was probably paying more attention to, like first of all, make sure that you achieve your goal and get things done. And very often in this like instrumental dealings, like getting personal means getting emotional, and and usually those are not like positive emotions. I'm talking about like people feeling frustrated or angry or resentful. That doesn't help. But coming back to your point, like the key concern here is like how do we show appropriate or adequate regard for the humanity of the other person that we are interacting with, like without running the risk of like dehumanizing, depersonalizing, or at least like objectifying the other person. Is that what
Yeah, I'm wondering. So, in other words, it's like we really do run this risk in this very like increasingly like technological society where we're constantly interacting with machines, and then when we come across a human, it's like we kind of who's just going to help us in the same way a machine could. I feel like that risk really runs high. So, how do you suggest we do play out these relationships and interactions?
Well, I think like the bottom line is like we have to recognize that we're dealing with a human being, and a human being, like some human beings very often unfortunately put in positions where they are supposed to function mechanically and almost like a machine, and when they're doing that, like we actually sometimes would respond not mechanically but emotionally. This is like what we're talking about. Like that is a paradox. Like when the other human being is responding not like a human being, we got triggered, right? As a human being, right? And then we started experiencing this negative emotions. I think the bottom line here is like to have full regard for the other person as a human being and understand that like someone who is like made to function mechanically actually has like a tough time. It is not like an enviable position to be in, and like these people may be very doing very repetitive, like not challenging, rewarding tasks, and if we appreciate that, like we may have like more reason to be nicer to them, right? And by recognizing this and behaving in a sort of like more benevolent manner, we may increase the flow of positive energy between people, and to say the least, it will make us feel better, right? And if I allow myself to be a little bit more idealistic, I would say if we all try to do this, we will make the world a better place. And I think that is very compatible with SSLD value. So what we wrote in the book, right, about not being personal, mainly refers to let us not get too emotional over this. But there is no intention to not treat the other person as a human being. Right? That's not the intent.
Mm-hmm. I really appreciate your response. How
Yeah.
was that?
Okay. So you're learning fast, right? Is that, did I respond mechanically just then? Yeah. So I think this is exactly it. Here, for example, we are trying to deliver a course, right? So we have a task to complete. But I think I hope people who are taking this course would have at least have the sense that we are actually trying to talk to people like human beings, and we are not just here to complete the task and do it in a mechanical manner. And same thing here, when we're interacting, we have a task to complete, and this instrumental we have to produce a course that to be delivered online. But then when we're talking and interacting, we're very conscious of the fact that we are interacting with another human being, and we have to communicate a kind of respect and valuing towards each other. I think that is what we hope that everyone would try to do when they're in instrumental situations.
Yeah, absolutely. Another important thing that comes up in relationships are problems. So I think with a lot of people, there tends to be these two reoccurring themes that come up in a lot of people's relationships when they're questioning if it's working. And one of those would be communication. Are we communicating properly? And then another one would be, are we actually compatible? Do we jive?
Mm-hmm. So I think, communication is obviously a big thing for people in our area of work, like people who are in couple counseling, who are in social work. Mm-hmm. They believe that most relationships can be improved if you improve the communication. But then, of course, the important thing is that we have to assume that, that after improved communication, the two parties involved, right, would be able to move on in a reasonably satisfactory manner. I have a few things to say here, right? One is that obviously communication helps, and even when communication is improved and it leads to the termination or transformation of a relationship, mm-hmm. it actually may not be a bad thing altogether. Mm-hmm. So I'm all for improving communication. Right? If the two partners are not compatible, I think it would be better for them to find out earlier rather than later. Mm-hmm. And then if they understand where the incompatibility is, mm-hmm. There may be better ways to deal with it, and then the outcome can be transformation or even termination of the relationship, which is not always a bad thing.
So you're saying that if you can, you would be able to find out maybe if you're not compatible potentially through communication, and then you can work on compatibility issues through communication as well. Could it also be vice versa? You can work on your communication issues if you're really compatible with each other?
Yeah. Well, this is another thing that a lot of people probably do not buy, right? But this is my own personal take. If you compare a relationship to an investment, right? Well, actually, people do invest in relationships. Like they are investing their energy, their time, their feelings, their emotions, and sometimes they also invest like resources. So when you look at something that you are heavily invested in, right? You may want to be asking yourself at a certain stage of the relationship, like, do I want to continue to invest in this relationship, or will I be better off if I invest my energy, my time, my feelings, emotions, and resources elsewhere? And I think it's a legitimate question to ask by whoever, right? Obviously, some people would have a lot of problem with me saying that, because people say, well, you know, relationship is not exactly investment, and we are not like doing trading here, and love would involve, you know, embracing and engaging with the other person, and, you know, making some sacrifices even. I'm totally okay with that. Like, and I think there's a lot of value in that. But I'm just wanting to introduce another angle, right? When we look at like communication, because communication helps us to understand, to see the reality better, and what do we do when the reality becomes obvious. So if you start a relationship based on a misunderstanding or misperception of the other person, and then you spend some time finding this out, and then you come to this understanding that, oh, this is not exactly the person that I fell in love with, right? Then I would say it might not be a bad idea, right, for the two parties involved to negotiate a transition, a transformation, or even a termination.
Can you maybe give a specific example about a relationship problem that has come up maybe in your work that you've done?
Well, tons, but okay, maybe I'll start with this one, right? So there was this woman who's married to a professional, an engineer, and the two of them have been together for quite a while, let's say like 5-6 years, and the relationship is okay, you know, it's like generally satisfactory. So one time this woman got herself enrolled in a creative writing class, and just during the first class, she went through a process of like getting into herself, like getting connected with certain feelings and experience. And then at that moment, she had this very clear experience or idea that my husband is never going to get this. So she feels very disappointed, and it was like sort of overwhelmed by this feeling. And that is like when she started seeking counseling. But at the point when she was seeking counseling, she had sort of already determined that she was going to leave this relationship. And to me, like when I try to understand her experience, which actually turned out to be pretty valid, at least for herself, is that like her husband is not the kind of person who can really communicate with her on this level and then with this kind of content, but it just had never occurred to her that those are important.
Interesting.
So that's like one example that I can give you. And of course, you can look at it from multiple angles, right?
Yeah.
The husband ended up, of course, like being really devastated, right? And he was saying that I have not done anything wrong, and I've been nice to her, and I have not changed, right? You know, like what happened? You know, like he had a huge problem understanding this, and his difficulty in understanding that sort of reinforced this woman's perception. Yeah, like he's the kind of guy who would never understand this, right? So yeah, that is like one case example that I can think of.
Like, so I'm interested, like within that example, maybe you can like break it down. Like, what were the problems that were going on there that made them no longer kind of compatible? And in the case that maybe it is manageable, what do you suggest? How do people deal with this?
Well, like when in a lot of relationships, right? And then I sort of like when I'm talking to you now, it reminds me of another example, which is not as like dramatic. It was like again, middle-aged couple. They have been running a business together, reasonably successful, and then when they first came to see me, it was like a very similar situation. The woman was like basically blaming the guy for not understanding her, but the guy was like, and the woman actually agreed that he's like a caring and providing person, and he has been nice to her and has not done anything wrong. She just feels that I cannot really communicate to this person with any depth, or not in a way that is like emotionally gratifying. And then she wondered, like, should I be spending the rest of my life just like this? Like, no, nothing was wrong, but but I'm also not getting like fulfillment either. And she believed that she would just want to move on. It was sort of like a sort of a more civilized negotiation. The woman understood that it would be difficult for the guy. She was sort of trying to be helpful too. Like it was actually one of those examples that I would use to illustrate what I would call a not too negative. It might even be considered a positive example of a relationship transforming. The woman was very careful, helping the guy to go through this process without like blaming him, without making him feel that he had a problem. It's just that like it's not working for me, and you don't have a problem. You're a nice guy. You're good, right? So that's like another example illustrating how communication and compatibility can be like linked in very interesting ways.
I guess it gets me thinking a lot about how, a relationship between two people, we have so many needs and expectations, and like in that most previous example, it's like if every one of her needs were being met, except she didn't really feel like they could have, some of her emotional needs weren't being met to the extent that maybe she wanted. Like, is it possible that she could have found a way to meet those needs outside of the relationship? Maybe not like not necessarily an affair, but more like through some kind of classes or through groups or something like that.
Yeah, maybe like the affair idea is something we should talk about as well. But let me answer your question first. One of the things, of course, is like what we actually have talked about earlier is about like people's needs and circumstances, characteristics, and capacity can change throughout our life course, right? So as we grow and develop, like these things can change. So when two individuals who are highly compatible at one stage of life can just naturally lose that compatibility as they grow. So like in everyday English, we talk about people growing apart, which I think actually does happen in a lot of cases. So when it happens, I think the most sensible thing to do is to negotiate a good transformation that is not hurtful, and hopefully the people can remain in a meaningful connection in some way. But then because you do not want to renegotiate your current relationship, you try to suppress certain possibilities of growth and learning and change. That is another choice that some people have made. I'm not sure that it is like necessarily bad, but I'm also not sure it is like if it is necessarily good either, right? I really cannot judge. For people, I think each individual would have to make that decision himself or herself. But I think when you're looking at your overall life circumstances, then you would have to be accountable to yourself. Like, do I want to keep this relationship and like forgo those needs and opportunities?
Right.
Or like what you suggested, can I find a creative balance between, keeping this relationship and get satisfied in another context? Sometimes it's doable. Like this woman who's in the creative writing class can get someone she met there and they can be like a close buddy and do creative writing together, or and develop a sort of more platonic kind of relationship. But she might really imagine that like a true intimate erotic relationship, right, should have that core substance. So again, it's the individual's imagination of what is like an ideal relationship that we need to be paying attention to.
So you promised we'd go back and talk briefly about affairs.
I didn't exactly promise. I just said we might want to. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm holding you to it.
Okay.
So.
All right.
I mean, we did talk about affairs briefly within the context of scripts in an earlier session, but I think it definitely is. It's an extremely common relationship problem. So maybe it would be good to comment on that.
Yeah.
How do we manage those?
Yeah, like as we mentioned earlier, right, in this course, that when we talk about social scripts, that like having an affair, sort of like something to be almost expected, like if you believe in people like Frederick Engels. But the key thing here is I want to focus today more on how do you manage it if you find out that your partner is having an affair. So I think there are like a few ways that the SSLD model can be helpful. The first of all is how do you make sense of it, like on the cognitive level, how do you make sense of it? A lot of people would start questioning themselves, right? So is he or she having an affair because of some inadequacy on my part, right? Is this other party more attractive physically, right? Or am I, less attractive? Is this person a better sex partner than I am? So there's like self-doubt and questioning. And I would have to say, as a first principle, keep telling yourself that you're worthwhile as a human being. That is the most important coping strategy, right? Don't get into that self-doubt. When someone is attracted to someone else, it simply means that this person is more attracted to that someone else. It doesn't mean that you necessarily have a problem. So that's the one thing. The other thing is when someone is attracted to someone else, it doesn't even mean in some situations that this person is more attractive. It's just that certain needs are not met within this relationship, and this person is seeking a way to meet those needs. And if we understand that, it would probably open up a better way of dealing with this challenge. I think that is the first thing that I want to say.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you obviously will have to go to the emotional side, right? Which actually in many situations can be even more central than the cognitive. Usually people feel bad, right? People feel hurt, people feel wounded, they may also feel angry. Jealousy is a very powerful feeling. Some people can turn jealousy into something really destructive and violent, and we have seen people acting on this. Cases of domestic violence and other forms of violence, like including murder, right, homicide, and like men apparently do this more often, but we also have seen women doing violent, aggressive things motivated by jealousy. So we have to really understand this experience of jealousy. Jealousy is usually grounded on a sense of inadequacy. And people who feel better about themselves probably would be less dominated by jealous feelings. So again, back to the SSLD model, in a situation like this, we pay a lot of attention to preserving the self, preserving the sense of self, and giving people a better sense of control over their own internal emotional environment, doing the emotional work is helpful. The other thing, of course, is that people can sometimes be caught in really intense emotions. We again would encourage people to not judge themselves and blame themselves, but rather look at, so what is happening here in this relationship? What needs to be met? What needs to not being met? And we also do not want people to go to the other extreme of this person's having an affair. That means his or her needs are not met, so maybe I should do something to just meet his or her needs better. In that case, you may be not taking good care of yourself, right? You have to, when we say that, you have to remind yourself that you're worthwhile. It also means that you have an equal claim or equal right to have your needs met in this relationship. So the way to negotiate this is actually to negotiate a better arrangement for both of your needs to be met, right? So that is, I think, an important principle when we're dealing with this.
Could you give me an example maybe of what that type of negotiation would look like?
Well, say for example, if we have someone is having an affair, right? So that tells you that this person is seeking some kind of gratification that is not being met in the current relationship. I think an open way of exploring is I can see that people can become angry and disappointed, hurt, and all that, and you would act emotionally. But by the end of the day, what should be opened up is to give this person an opportunity to reflect on, why am I doing this? What needs are not being met? And is there any possibility that some kind of transformation or rearrangement can be made in this current relationship so that those needs can be met? So that is a lot of the kind of reframing that we believe would be helpful. It doesn't always work, so for some people, because they're heavily invested into certain scripts and they think that an affair is something that is just unacceptable, right? And some people will automatically switch from, okay, you're having an affair, that's the end of the story, I'm quitting. But we have also seen couples who've survived an affair or even affairs, right, when they are able to renegotiate. What can we do together, right, to make this relationship more gratifying, so that you would not need to explore outside of this relationship. But of course, when I'm saying all this, I'm still operating within the generally accepted social script of like a one-on-one sort of monogamous kind of relationship. And there are obviously people who can imagine themselves in an alternate script in which it is possible for one or both partners to have more than one relationship at the same time. So that creates another possibility for people to renegotiate.
So kind of in that way, it's like an affair essentially could be an opportunity for someone to really drastically communicate their needs to their partner, but also opportunity for them to communicate with each other and negotiate. So that's something that works for both of them.
Yeah, I definitely can see that. But again, I think we also do not want the risk of like over idealizing, an affair. For some people, it is sort of something that they do not take or they cannot take, and I respect that too. If that is your script and that's your set of rules, I think everyone has the right to say that there is something that I do not accept, and when this happens, I quit. I obviously would encourage most people to rethink, right, and look at the overall situation. But I think that is, as a position, I think that has to be respected. I just realized that there are like more than one position that people can take, and it would be good to have them like all put on the table so that people have more options.
Okay, and so yet another type of relationship problem that I think comes up for a lot of people is dysfunctional relationships, right? Like relationships that just don't really seem to be working.
Yeah. Well, like it depends on like what our definition is, right? The dysfunctional relationship can be relationships that do not appear dysfunctional at all to the participants, but like very dysfunctional for the people looking from the outside. So some people have this like very strong, volatile, like intense relationships that like most people would find problematic, but like the participants might be enjoying it. And depending on how cynical you are, like most people would say that like most families are dysfunctional, right? So let us not go there. Like I would say like probably a more pragmatic description of dysfunctional relationship is that like a relationship in which that both partners are not feeling good about, and they're not happy, and they're complaining, and they're suffering in that relationship, right? I would say that like a relationship that other people judge to be problematic or dysfunctional, but like as long as like the participants in that relationship are happy and they're content with whatever they're having, then maybe like the term dysfunctional is not of much help here. So I think I would probably stick with a more pragmatic definition that is like the relationship is obviously not working for whoever is involved in that. I think that is how I would look at dysfunctional relationship.
Could you maybe give like a definition of what like this relationship that's not working, like what would that potentially look like for someone?
Well, say for example, so if someone is saying that like I'm constantly being undermined and whatever I do, I get criticized and blamed and I never get the chance to fully express myself, I'm not valued, right? And the relationship is characterized by, fear or like, shame or guilt or whatever, like negative emotion. And the person actually would be attracted to an option of like, getting out of the relationship or, moved into something different. And the other thing that we see is that like people's needs are not adequately met, they're not growing. The relationship sort of like brings out what they themselves believe to be the worst parts of themselves, right? So I think then we would say that the relationship is dysfunctional, right? Say for example, someone is like always wanting to improve, like say go back to school, learn more, or start a career, but there's always got like pulled back and can never like make any positive step towards advancement, and then the same person is being blamed or judged for that, right? I would say that would be like a sign of dysfunctional relationship, right? But I would not say that the relationship is dysfunctional if like one person is like sort of like very capable and willing to take care of another person, and then the other person is sort of like overly dependent. And people from the outside will say that it's dysfunctional, but if both parties say that, oh, you know, like we're happy, you know, the way things are, and you know, then maybe it is not totally dysfunctional. So I would probably like use that, yeah, as a sort of like whatever definition or assessment of what is dysfunctional. Yeah.
And so the individual who potentially stays in a dysfunctional relationship, kind of, are they characterized by certain qualities or unmet needs?
Yeah, this is like the tricky part, because dysfunctional relationships usually offer partial satisfaction of needs. Otherwise, people would not stay there. They would just like split, right? They would just go. So I think the dreadful part about a dysfunctional relationship is that it actually does meet some of your needs, but not all. And then like it's sort of keeping you at a certain satisfaction level so that you're not leaving the relationship, but you're not growing, you're not flourishing in the relationship either, right? So yeah, there will always be unmet needs, and then the unmet needs are more likely the sort of like the need for growth, self-actualization, development. I think those are not met. But then people stay in dysfunctional relationships probably also have certain needs met. Like say, for example, people ironically feel secure, right, even though they might be abused physically. The security doesn't come from the fact that I'm not harmed physically. Some people get emotionally abused in a dysfunctional relationship, but they feel secure in that thing, so familiar and sort of predictable, right? So they tend to want to stay there instead of like taking the chance and risking and going outside and deal with something that is like unpredictable and unfamiliar. So if you ask, like take that as an example. So what kind of characteristics these people might have, like the people who sort of have chosen to stay in dysfunctional relationships? I would say one of the characteristics would be a very low level of self-efficacy, usually associated with like poor self-image, in that the person does not believe that he or she can function well and get his or her needs adequately met if he or she goes outside of the relationship. I think that is like probably what keeps some people in dysfunctional relationships.
When we're considering this person who maybe has low self-efficacy within the relationship, I'm thinking from an SSLD perspective, then maybe the first steps would be focusing on that person, recognizing, doing an N3C analysis for themselves and recognizing what their needs are and what isn't being met, and from there kind of developing strategies and skills maybe to manage the relationship more to their satisfaction, or even consider alternatives outside of the relationship.
Yeah, I think that's the general approach. Well, we understand that some people tend to not want to move outside of relationships like too quickly. As I mentioned before, there is a tendency, and then it's also reinforced by a lot of social scripts for people to want to stay in a relationship once it is established. There are all sorts of reasons for doing that, like social enforcement. There's also the whole idea of like psychological economy, like because starting a new relationship requires energy, taking chances and risking something that is unfamiliar. So this is why a lot of people would rather stay in a relationship that is not satisfying instead of like exploring and venturing. We respect that, and it is like an individual choice. We wouldn't say like one is necessarily always better than the other. So exploring outside and like finding new opportunities for addressing one's needs is an obvious strategy. And the other thing that people would have to do, or they could think of doing, is to try to improve or transform the current relationship. And doing that actually would also not be easy either, because there is like you have to change what might be well-established patterns. And very often your partner may find it difficult to adjust to those changes, and so it requires a lot of like good communication and negotiation skills for you to be able to get the other party to work with you collaboratively on this.
From that, it's so interesting. So it really kind of comes back to this idea that even though a relationship is very much something between two or even more people, sometimes in order to really foster a good relationship, we have to focus on ourselves first and really recognize what we need in order to better meet the needs of our partner.
Yeah, so yeah, it all comes back to this, right? Relationships are built by people, and then relationship also serve a function in the individual's life. And we are in relationships because the relationships are addressing our needs, and when relationships fail to address our needs, and they are no longer effective, and people will be motivated to change or opt out of those relationships. So I think that is the general idea that we have got. But in the SSLD system, we tend to be a little bit like optimistic. We generally believe that most relationships can be improved, and when relationships can be further improved, we can probably negotiate a good transformation so that it will create a situation or a set of conditions for the participants' needs to be better met. So, and it can also include the possibility of a termination, which we also talked about. We understand that for some people, like relationship can be there and stay stable. My own personal bias is that, like, while I respect that it can be like some people's choice, and it might also be doable for some people, given the rapid changes that are happening all around us in most parts of the world. My personal bias is that like we actually may need to keep responding to changing circumstances, and then people also change as they move through different stages of life. So my own position is that like maybe we may have to keep constantly reviewing our needs, circumstances, and changes, and like including our characteristics and capacity, and reconfigure ways of handling our relationships, so that we are actually deriving satisfaction from them. And as you put it, like it is not just about ourselves, or it's also like working in sort of like mutual benefits, so that whoever we're having a relationship with is also having his or her needs met. And hopefully in an ideal world, the person that we are having relationships with will also be learning, changing, developing, and growing. I think that's the kind of like an ideal situation that we wish for in SSLD.
Congratulations on finishing the course, The Art and Science of Relationships. We hope that you had enjoyed the materials that we had discussed in the course and found it useful. Let's review the materials that we went over in this course. In the first module, you learned about what the basic SSLD framework was, mainly what N3C is. We discussed about similarities and differences in relationships and how you may deal with them, and also problem translation. In the second module, we reviewed the common social scripts in relationships and some of the more unhealthy relationship patterns. We also talked about how you could create your own game plan and how to manage first impressions. In the third module, we first talked about what the 4 content areas are and how they are important to communication in a relationship. We showed you the importance of being able to listen to someone's needs and how equally important it is to express your own needs. In the fourth module, we addressed some additional materials related to relationships, such as power, compatibility, intimacy, growth, stability, etc. In the fifth module, we discussed challenges faced when dealing with transformation and termination of relationships. We recommended some coping strategies that might be useful on dealing with these difficult moments in your life. Finally, in the last module, we covered some topics that are of interest for many learners, such as what is love, sexuality, and some of the more common relationship problems. We hope that you found this course useful on self-reflection. The end goal is to really understand your own needs and the needs of others, and how to address those needs. We hope that you can apply the concepts learned here to your day-to-day life and in your interactions with others. Remember, you want a relationship that works best for yourself, not just any. Always tell yourself that you are worthwhile. We wish you the best of luck and hope to see you again in our future courses. See you next time!
The area of sexuality has been one of the most complex dimensions in our life world. It is not only about understanding sexuality as an identity, as most of us understood it as such, but as that which reveals the intricacies of human relationships. In this presentation, we will be learning how to engage with non-normative sexualities and desires, an SSLD approach. But before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Fritz Luther Pino. I have a Master's of Social Work degree from the University of Toronto. I am also a registered social worker. Currently, I am a PhD candidate in the Department of Social Justice Education of the Ontario for Studies in Education at the University of Toronto. My field of specialization are the following: intersectionality of race, sexuality and aging, globalization and transnational studies, and queer theorizing. I have a forthcoming book published by Northwestern University Press. It will be out next year, fall 2017, and it's called Diasporic Intimacies, Queer Filipinos and the Canadian Imaginaries. This will be the first book on queer Filipinos in Canada. My current research project is a qualitative research that examines the various forms of intimacies of older Filipino gay men in Canada. In terms of my social location, I identified as a queer man. I was born and raised in the Philippines and moved to Toronto in 2005. This presentation has 3 parts. First, we will try to unpack some of the terms that I have used in the title. Second, we will then understand the concept of diversity within the queer community. And third, through a case example, we will be learning about the SSLD approach. SSLD stands for Strategies and Skills Learning and Development, developed by Dr. Kat Tat Sang at the University of Toronto. I assume that most of you have already some familiarity on this approach. My purpose of this presentation, therefore, is to apply SSLD approach to understanding or when dealing with non-normative sexualities and desires. Now let's define some of the terms here. When we say non-normative sexualities, these are sexual desires, practices, and identities that do not necessarily follow or resemble the heterosexual or the heteronormative or straight sexualities, otherwise known as queer sexualities. I use the term queer here to refer to both identity and to particular forms of practices or desires or culture. In terms of identities, we have the LGBTQI, which means lesbian, gay, bisexual, transsexual, transgender, intersex, questioning, and gender fluid. In terms of queer practices or desires or cultures, these are performances and affects that fall outside of the dominant ideas and practices of gender and sexualities. Let's take up one example, say being lesbian. As an identity, we usually define lesbian as a female who is attracted to another female. Therefore, such an orientation or attraction falls outside of the normative, which is the female-to-male sexual relations. In terms of the refusal to pregnancy or domesticity, I would say that some lesbian-identified people refuse that idea of pregnancy and domesticity, and that sense or act of refusal reflects the non-subscription to the normative or to the common practice of reproduction within the heteropatriarchal family formation. Given that queer sexualities, desires, and practices fall outside of the normative or of the standard or of what is considered as given, so we could consider queer sexualities as antinormative. The term antinormative means a critique of the norms or as that which exposes the limits of the norms or normal. Now, we also need to understand that within queer sexualities, diversity exists. This is because of the fact that an individual possesses various characteristics and circumstances. For example, in terms of age, race, ability, or even health. For this presentation, we will focus on the intersection of race or ethnicity and sexuality. Now, to understand the intersection of race and sexuality, we must first understand the idea of culture. We all know that culture are those ideas and practices that we have constructed or created so we can make sense of our world. Culture allows us to better understand one another through the shared meanings of particular systems, ideas, practices, symbols, and signs that we established within our particular locations. So culture is not only socially constructed, but also context-based. Different cultural groups then may have different ideas, scripts, and understandings of queer sexualities. And the reason for this difference is that we are bounded or shaped by different historical and political experiences. For example, queers or LGBTQs from non-Western culture have ideas and practices on queer sexualities that do not necessarily adhere or follow Western or North American scripts of queer sexualities and desires. And then later on, we will try to see a case example of this. What is then the significance of understanding diversity in the queer community? 1. It tells us that there is no universal understanding of LGBTQ or queer sexualities. 2. That the understanding of queer sexualities are based on or contingent to a particular context or sociocultural and geographical locations. And 3. To be cautious of the imperialism of knowledge and queerness. Most of our knowledge in queer sexualities have been dominated by the West or North America, that they become the so-called legitimate knowledge. Imperialism then exists because of this kind of domination. Therefore, recognizing diversity critiques imperial practices of knowledge production as we decenter the commonly given North American ideas of sexualities. Now, given this information, we may want to ask, what happens when two different cultural understanding of queer desires or sexualities meet or interact? How do we deal with the contradicting or competing scripts on queer sexualities? Let us engage in this question by examining a particular case and then later on using an SSLD approach to analyze the case. Meet Linda. Linda is a 40-year-old client who went to see a counselor for assistance and information on housing. She identifies as lesbian. During her visit, she disclosed that she actually had a hard time deciding to whether or not she would pursue her plan of getting her own place. She reported that she was very upset since she had an intense verbal fight with her male cousin and his wife, whom she currently lived with. Linda told them that she wanted to be independent and to have her own privacy. However, her cousin told her that her plan was selfish. While they knew that Linda is lesbian, she was told that her act of moving out means that she has chosen her own pleasures and sexual desires over the desires and needs of her own blood-related kin. Linda is in dilemma. She loves her family so much that she wanted to maintain a good relationship with them. But at the same time, she also wanted to be independent and to attend to her intimacy needs. So let's apply an SSLD approach to Linda's case by using the N3Cs assessment. N3Cs stands for needs, circumstances, characteristics, and capacity. At the left side, I write down here those needs verbalized by Linda herself: independence, sexual intimacy, and family intimacy. At the right side, I write here space, the need for housing or place. Space here is both material and affective. Material because it means an actual structure, and affective because it also a place that provides a sense of privacy and comfort. And at the center, I put down the need for belonging as the encompassing need. Linda needs to continue to belong to a family that she values, but also she wanted to be attuned to her sexual needs, perhaps by engaging with someone. So I need to belong to someone as well. Now that we have understand Linda's need, let's proceed to the next item. So, there are additional information here. Circumstance. Linda was born and raised in the Philippines. She was the only child in the family, and she grew up with her male cousin, whom she considered as her brother. Her cousin moved to Canada and followed him 8 years after. The current verbal fight and conflict with her cousin was their first experience of misunderstanding and have been very difficult for her. She faced two competing scripts that she manifested in her family issue. On the one hand, she wanted to be independent by living on her own, as she observed that such has been the norm in Canada, living independently. For her, living independently and having a space of her own enable her to attend to her sexual or romantic needs. On the other hand, she understands that in the Philippine context, queer-identified people continue to live with extended or multi-generational families. Her cousin reads Linda's assertion of independence as a form of family dismissal or disavowal. The script of independence that she has experienced in the Canadian context collides with the script of the normative family formation that she has been socialized or exposed to. Now, in terms of characteristics, Linda's co-worker described her as very outgoing and sociable. She has been single and has not been actively dating since she has been focusing on upgrading her nursing career in Canada. However, at present, she feels that she is ready to date because she has secured her career in the country. And finally, in terms of her capacity, Linda is able-bodied and has been working as a nurse in Canada for 2 years. She has a wide range of experience of working with diverse people since she has worked in the Middle East before moving to Canada. Furthermore, Linda considered her cousin as her social support system as they have each other's back since childhood. Their communication was smooth and open even when Linda was still in the Philippines and in the Middle East. Suggested strategies for change. So, to summarize the N3C's assessment, we made use of the 3 themes: problems, needs, and goals. And these concepts are interrelated. In SSLD, we understand problems as those unmet needs, or problems exist because of unmet needs. For Linda, her unmet need was the need for belonging, and then a place or space that could ensure or contain that sense of belonging. Needs are then translated into goals. For Linda, to be able to meet her need for belonging, her goal would be to have a positive relationship with her family and to pursue her plan of living independently. And how do we do this? How do we support Linda to attain her goal of creating a positive relationship with her family, pursue her plan of living independently, to be able to meet her need for belonging to a family and perhaps to a sexual partner? Building on Linda's N3C's assessment, Linda may perhaps be able to benefit from learning particular skills on how to communicate to a close family member. Going back to the N3Cs, we found that in her circumstance, the verbal fight with her cousin was her first time experience. In terms of her characteristics, she was outgoing and sociable and kind of organized and career-oriented. In her capacity, she has that strength of being able to adapt to diversity. And she had that open and smooth communication with her cousin. Therefore, to be able to communicate effectively to a loved one may be one of the steps in attaining her goals and eventually meeting her needs. I believe that sometimes our communication style varies from one person to another, depending on our level of relationship with them. And sometimes communicating to someone we love or value, or to our significant others during a difficult situation, may need particular skills, or even perhaps some sort of practice. Linda may also want to write down her thoughts and statements and practice them with someone whom she trusted before having an actual conversation with her cousin. Thus, in that way, Linda may benefit from engaging and thinking about possible ways and approaches to engaging a productive and healthy dialogue or conversation with her cousin. So what are the lessons here? In this presentation, we learned about queer sexualities and its intersecting diversities. We focus on race and ethnicity as another dimension that collide with the normative ideas on queer sexualities. The SSLD approach, therefore, serves as a framework, a roadmap, in navigating such issues of diversity within the queer community. Hence, as closing, I offer these two takeaway points. First, sexuality and beyond. It is not just about satisfying one's sexual needs or expressing one's sexual identity as a minority. It is also about recognizing those objects and beings that the person continues to value. And finally, in terms of negotiating competing scripts, build on the person's capacity and starting on where he or she is at in his or her life. It is also about recognizing existing adaptive strategies the person has already been engaging. Thank you and hope you enjoy this short presentation. I have these suggested readings for your reference. Again, this is Fritz Luther Pino, wishing you good luck in your wonderful adventures.